Well, good morning, everybody. Hi, Miss Judy.
Hello.
I think I just saw Bjorn take off for just a moment. How's he been feeling?
Uh, I think he's doing better.
Well, that's good to know. How's the audio coming out on YouTube and everything?
I okay, it sounds like it's coming there.
All righty. I was looking at Nathan this morning. I think I'm going to have a little fun with him this afternoon. It's fun when he walks into traps, you know?
Yes.
Let's get this out here and see what this looks like. Okay, that's off. Good. Say hi to everybody in the YouTube.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go out to the doctor's this morning at 11 o'clock, and I went out there and the damn car wouldn't start. So now I've got it charging again. I came back from Marquette last night. Everything was supposed to be all charged up as I came home because I drove 5 hours. You'd think that'd be enough time, but the battery went dead overnight. So I think I'm going to end up having to replace that today. Just one more expense, you know? Carl, good
Sound
morning to you. It sounds like everything's looking good for you out in YouTube. I'm going to go grab my coffee and spend a few minutes out here and see what we have.
Do you use engine block heaters where you live?
No, no. I just have a bad battery, I think. You know, it's an old battery. It's been there for a few years. They seem to wear out after a little while. I've got a lot running on the battery. You know, I've got a repeater for my cell phone and, you know, of course, heaters and seat warmers and stuff tend to chew up energy. So that just puts a lot of strain on the battery, I think.
They use
Looks like we
engine
got a
block
few people
heaters
out there.
here in a lot of places.
Well, we used them in Alaska too, but you had mag drops out there, which were basically poles with electric power on them, and they turned them on in the fall and they turned them off in the spring. And you know, you'd pull into the grocery store and you'd plug in, and then you know, wherever you went, you always plugged in, and that seemed to help.
Where I
But out
worked in
here,
our
we don't have
parking
that
lot,
infrastructure.
where in the parking lot where I worked, uh,
Yeah,
there was a pole for each parking place.
yeah, those are mag drops. That's what they call them, or at least what we called them up in Alaska. You know, it's been cold the last few days too. It's been around 5 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that, 15, 20 degrees below zero C?
just
So I
what
got
was
to
the
spend a
temperature?
about 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
At minus 15.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, like I said, I was thinking about having a little trouble with, or trouble. I was thinking about having a little fun with Nathan today at his expense, just a little good-natured stuff. We'll do that later on this afternoon. Um, the astrolabes and the amylary sphere or armillary sphere are coming in. They're not here yet. Those will be a lot of fun. You know, that armillary sphere was first designed around 200 BC. It's kind of interesting because at the heart of it is a spherical Earth.
It says something.
Yeah. But, you know, the thing about it is, since it works and since it reproduces reality, the model appears to be good. And we can use that model to make some predictions, one of which was, you know, if it's midnight in Bermuda, where's the sun going to be in Perth, Australia? That armillary sphere will tell you exactly where that sun will be, and then we can compare it to the actual measurements from date and time, see whether or not they match.
Does it need
Yeah.
assembling when you get it?
Yes, and we're going to do that live on the air. Hopefully, I won't screw it up. But I'm going to put that together. I'm going to construct the armillary sphere, and I'm also going to construct the astrolabe on air and go through all of the parts as we do it so that we understand how it's designed and what it's designed to do and represent. Then we can start actually making some observations with it. It'll tell us, for example, where the sun will be at any time. And we can then compare that to the actual measurements of where the sun is from date and time. So that just makes it a little more interesting, don't you think? I like things that have predictive value to them. Gigi Little, welcome on the ball
Howdy
yellows.
doody.
On the ball yellows. Glad to have you guys with us.
Just
We've
eating
got
my breakfast.
well, we've got some interesting things to do during the course of the day. I'm going to work on. I didn't do a video this morning for Research Flat Moon. I worked up in the UP all weekend and had a lot of furniture moving, and I just didn't feel like doing it when I got back. Also having some issues with an eye right now that I'm trying to get over to the eye doctor to have looked at. I'm hoping I didn't detach a retina, but I'm having definite visual changes with one of my eyes.
Hope you're all right, Bob.
Well, me too. I kind of like my eyes, you know. They're pretty important to me.
Yeah, they're a useful bit of kit, that's for sure.
Yeah, and being a pilot, I can't, you know, it's going to be very difficult for me if I lose sight in one of my eyes. That's going to have some long-term effects. It's weird, you know how you get floaters in your eye.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
those floaters are remnants of fetal arteries and veins when your lens was developing in utero. And sometimes you'll get these floaters out there, but generally they're kind of clearish. I have something that looks like a net that's coming over my eye. You know, it's black and it's like a fishing net. And I'm a
Wow.
little concerned about that. I want to, I don't know if I'm bleeding into the eye or what's going on with it, but I'm going to go ahead and have the eye doctor put a slit lamp on me and see what's going on back in there if I can get to it.
Well, I hope
Unfor-
everything's all right.
yeah, unfortunately, my car's not working right now, so I'm trying to charge it up so I can get it started.
I
Then
know
I've
the
got some
feeling.
errands to run. Yeah.
But if
My car just
point,
loses charge whenever I leave it. It's like a week and then it's dead when I come back to it.
Well, the thing is, I drove back from Marquette last night, and that's just hours of driving. So you would think that the battery was fully charged, and then it was just dead this morning when I got up.
How old
Good
is the
morning.
battery?
Well, that's the thing that I'm thinking about. The battery may be getting old. It may be maybe 3 years old. It's been through a few winters. You would think that it would last longer than that, though.
That latitude's tough on everything, though.
Yeah, it's true. Very true. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, Dr. Bob.
How's things going for you?
Not bad. No complaints.
Yeah.
Hiya, Joe.
Hello.
do you have an appointment with an eye doctor?
Yeah, I was supposed to be there 45 minutes ago.
Well, you better get there, Dr. Bob.
I can't.
Oh, you can't
I've got no way
drive?
to get there. No, the car won't start.
Oh, jeez.
So I've got it on the charger right now. So he'll be back at 1:30, which is about an hour and 45 minutes from now. We should be hopefully we'll have it ready by then.
No, you can always take an Uber.
Not here, I can't. We don't have
No.
Ubers here. That's not something we have in a small town in northern Michigan. That's for big city folk.
I live in a town of 100,000 people and we don't have Uber here.
Ah,
I
well, my
think
town,
I think the taxi drivers have got, like, the taxi companies have got that racket sealed.
well, you need a taxi medallion in a lot of places, and I don't know how Uber gets away with not having a taxi medallion, you know?
They're up to all kinds of dodgy stuff.
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily dodgy, but they're doing something that's a little different. That's for sure.
Well, there was a case. I'm not sure if it's the same over there, but like there was a case that actually that it went in front of the Supreme Court, I believe, and they're actually deemed employees rather than self-employed.
Yep.
It's had all kinds of like knock-on effects for like the company and stuff.
I got something kind of cool here I thought I'd share for a minute. Let's see if it'll come up. There it is. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit larger over on the main screen.
A GP of the North Pole?
All right. So let's have a look at this thing. Now, right here, this is a circle centered on the North Pole. And there's the North Pole right there. You see it? And this particular circle goes through London, England. See that? And then it goes through London, and then it comes over here to Bristol. And if you follow it out a little bit more, it goes right over here to the tip of Newfoundland. I don't know if this is Prince William Island or what, but unfortunately, my Canadian geography isn't as good as it could be. But you see how it goes right through the tip there? And it carries on over here by Vancouver. See, just north of Vancouver Island. But this is what's called a circle of equal altitude. That is very clearly a circle. And it's very clearly a circle on a sphere. Now, here's the interesting thing. We have a radius of sorts, or shall I say more appropriately, we have a distance from the North Pole out to this circle. And let's see, London's at about 59 degrees north latitude, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So we've got 90 minus 51. That equals 39 times 60 nautical miles. That's 2340 nautical miles from the North Pole to anywhere on this circle, right? Wonder what the radius of that
Yes.
circle is. I wonder what the radius of that circle is. So let's go have a look. All right, so we'll zip in here to the North Pole. I'd say that lines up pretty good right there, right? Okay, the circumference of that circle is 13,558 nautical miles. Let's divide that by 2 and divide that by pi. That comes up, shoot, that's 2157.8 nautical miles. That's not the same, is it? Why does it say the radius is 2332.9 here, yet if you take that circumference and find the radius of that circle of that circumference, it comes to a lower amount. Wonder why that is.
Magic.
Well, I
If you
guess
just take the radius, though, you're really dealing with the chord from the North Pole to that circle.
Yep.
That's a
So
straight line distance.
this circle right here has got a radius that is a chord from any point on that circle to the axis of rotation under the North Pole. But the distance across the ground is not the radius of that circle.
Is a great circle.
Well, it's not the radius of that circle. It's a section of a great circle, yes. But if you
That's
look at
what I
that
meant.
right there, yeah. So here would be the chord. The radius of that circle would be a semichord. And this distance right here would be a great circle distance. And given the difference, if you know the distance from here to here, by using the Haversine formula, you can find the Haversine between these 2 points, which will be that angle. And once you know the actual distance across this point right here, from that, you can calculate what the radius of the sphere is. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
I just find it interesting to know that I spent an awful lot of time plotting routes and flying routes and going from point A to point B all over Southern California and never heard of something called Haversine.
Yeah, you don't need it. The Haversine formula, well, the Haversine equation, what it does is if you take any 2 points on Earth, the Haversine equation, which doesn't involve any distances, it's just angles, will tell you what the angle between your starting point, the center of the Earth, and your ending point is. Just give you that one angle. Then you can use the Haversine formula And that includes the radius of the sphere. And that will tell you the distance across that great circle. However, if you don't know the radius, but you do know the distance, you can in turn calculate what the radius is. So if you know the distance, but not the radius, you can get the radius. If you know the radius, but not the distance, you can get the distance. It's kind of cool. I was playing with this the other day, and I had a look at this little island right here. You guys are all familiar with Bermuda.
There's a
But if
triangle
you
there
set
of
up,
some kind.
that's what they say. Well, the triangle will be down here. That's not part of the triangle there. But, you know, normally you would use the ruler tool on Google Earth to find a distance between 2 points using a line, but you can also use it as a circle. And I've got it set up for nautical miles. So I can click right there and I can start drawing a circle centered on Bermuda. And using that, I can find the antipodal spot. And guess where it is? Right here is where Bathurst Lighthouse is. This, of course, is Perth, Australia. And that's exactly opposite on the Earth from where Bermuda is. So it'd be kind of interesting to see, you know, when it's midnight in Bermuda, that armillary sphere we could use to predict what the sun angle would be here. And that's really close enough to Perth that we could use the readings from Perth. So we could make a prediction based on what the armillary sphere says, and then we can compare it to Perth or Rockingham and see whether or not it's correct. And we can do that for any time of the day. Kind of
How
cool,
would
huh?
how would antipodes work on a flat Earth?
That's a great question, because if you look at the armillary sphere, give me just a
That's
second.
kind of like asking, why doesn't my vanilla cake taste like chocolate?
Let's go ahead so we can see this real quick. Let's make sure that's full size over there. Now, are you guys familiar with how an armillary sphere works?
Not at all.
I'm not.
All right.
Never had to use one.
All right. So let's go ahead and have a look at it here. Can you guys see my cursor?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So in the center here, we have the Earth. All right. And this rod, this is the axis of rotation of the Earth, the north-south axis of rotation. Now, what you do is you set it up much like a telescope. You point this axis and that marker at the North Celestial Pole, and you can do that simply by putting your latitude in on the side here, because this whole thing comes out. This is the base right here. And then this whole thing can lift out. So when you put it back in, you know, for example, this one right here looks like it's set up to about 25 degrees north latitude. North would be in this direction here. South would be down there. And let's see what else we got on here. So this axis right here would be the prime meridian, this large circle out here. These markers here look like they cut the Earth into 4 quadrants, but this is the polar circle, the Arctic Circle. And then you go down a little bit lower and you're going to see the Tropic of Cancer, and you'll see the equator, which is this one right here. And then underneath it will be the Tropic of Capricorn, and then you'll have the Antarctic Circle down at the bottom. It's going to be a little easier when I have this in my hand. Well, when we put it together, of course. But when we have it in the hand, you can actually move it around a little bit. Now, this one right here is kind of an interesting one. You see this circle right here, it looks like? You can just see it right in there. That actually goes up to the Tropic of Cancer here. And then on the other side, it will go down to the Tropic of Capricorn. This is the ecliptic. And as you see, the planets and the moon and everything, well, the planets are on it. The moon is on its own because it's 5 degrees off the ecliptic, I guess. But here are where all the planets would be and the signs of the zodiac. And then here is the circle for the moon. And you can use this simply by setting it up and putting the time on it. You can predict the phases of the moon. You can predict the position, the rise, the fall, and the setting of all the planets and celestial objects. And there may be even some stars in here as well that we can look at. So basically, if I set this thing up so that it is midnight in Bermuda, in Perth, Australia, it'll tell me the angle to the sun. And it's pretty cool. That's a really busy little slide, isn't it?
There's a lot of measurements going on in that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And they developed this in 200 BC. See, the bottom line is if you're looking at the sun up here, all right, say it's 21 degrees or 31 degrees in altitude here, you can predict what it'll be 12 hours later on the other side. Now, if this was flat, where would you flatten it? Because the bottom line is that if you go around the equator here and flatten it at the equator, you're going to have a top side and you're going to have a bottom side. Because there are going to be times that you can document that the sun will be underneath the top of this disk, if that was a disk. So it's kind of cool.
What is this called, Bob? I missed the introduction.
That's called an armillary sphere.
Yeah. Are we certain they're BC?
Well, give me a moment here. Can you what?
Are we certain the earliest date of these?
Yes.
I've heard of them.
Oh, yes. We know exactly when they were.
I just had a Google there, Bob, and there's one in the there's one like the first one that comes up looks insanely intricate. Hang on, I'll put a picture in VC chat.
Yep. Now this is an astrolabe right here. I have that armillary sphere coming and this astrolabe. All right. The reason that I got this one is you build this from a kit. Now, the big one that the channel donated is this guy right here. That's what the channel donated. Now, this is obviously already put together. The reason I got the other one is we can build it together on live, and I can show all of the different parts to it.
Nice.
This is a beautiful one. This is 8 inches in diameter. And of course, it's metal and precision made. One of the things that I want to do is I want to take this up to the top of the Willis Tower in Chicago. And you see there's almost a gun sight right here. You see that's the horns there, and then here's the front post here. But you read right along the flat line here. And you can very precisely measure the angle. And I'm going to try and do the Al-Biruni observation from the top of the Willis Tower.
That'll
Now,
get on the nerves of some flat earthers.
well, 2022 is going to be the year of the sextant, ladies and gents. Give me just a moment because there's something I want to share with you guys.
You mean the year of the astrolabe?
The astrolabe, yeah. Did I mispronounce it?
You said sextant, but yeah, that was what they were holding on to, weren't they? They thought they'd cracked it.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I meant the astrolabe. You're correct. Let me show you how astrolabe works. Give me a moment to get this set up. Dum, 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 dum. All right, we're cooking with gas now. Okay, right here, this is date and time, or time and date, I should say, for Detroit, Michigan. And there's where Detroit is located, right here in Michigan. It's in southeast Michigan. Now, looking at today, which is January 10th, the meridian is going to be at 12:39 p.m. Now, the meridian is defined as when the sun is 180 degrees due south. And as you can see here, it's going to be at an altitude of 26 degrees. So let's go on over here. Oh, the other thing that we have to check. It's not on there. Detroit looks like it's at 42 1/3 degrees north latitude. So let's go on over here and see what we can do with this thing. Now, first thing that we have to do is we have to go over to this side. Can you guys see this okay?
Yeah, looks good.
All right. So today is January 10th, correct?
Certainly is.
So you see how I've set the ruler up here to January 10th? Right there. Oh, this is kind of crap. So that's January 10th. That means that this is 0, 10, 20. It's about the 20th day of Capricorn in the zodiacal calendar. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to go with the 20th day of Capricorn. So what we're going to do This is the ecliptic right here. You see this offset circle? Right here? This is the ecliptic.
That's the bit I find very hard to visualize.
All right. This is the tropic, or this is the Arctic Circle, or the Tropic of Cancer. This is the equator. But then what you do is you sit down and you figure out, what did we say that the altitude of the sun was?
29
Okay.
degrees, wasn't it?
26.
Close.
So,
Sorry.
yep, close. Now, come here. Let's get the sun up here so we can read it. Okay. See how that's 60 degrees right there? And here is 40. So that would be 30. Now, if we come around here, this is 20. That's 30. So we've got 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, etc. Now, what we need to do is we need to bring this around until it matches, until the 20th of Capricorn matches 26 degrees. So there it's at 10, see? Here it is at 20. Oh, come on. And what we want to do is we want to get, this would be 30, so that's 29, 28, 27, 26. So we want to match the 20th of Capricorn up to this line right here. I'm thinking that's about right there, isn't it? It's 29, 28, 27, 26. So you see how we've got the 20th of Capricorn lined up to 26 degrees? Then what we do is we take our line, take our ruler here, and here's the time. So here's 12, 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, and then each of these little marks here, you see that would be 15, so that's 5, 10, 15. So that's 12:45, 12:50 it looks like. So what time would the sun be there? 12:39? I don't think that's too bad for a 2,200-year-old instrument.
That's really good, actually.
You see how that's how you read it. Now, here's an interesting thing to think about. What does this time represent?
Is that not the 15 degree per hour rotation?
That's solar time. That's not clock time. Where's 12 noon clock time? Albany, New York. All right. That would be 10 minutes until 12 in Chicago. And Detroit is about halfway between Chicago and Albany. So you've got to make a little bit of an offset so you could actually get a little bit of an idea of longitude from this as well. If you knew the time in Albany, which is clock time, versus the time of solar noon at Detroit, you could find the distance from Albany to Detroit at 15 degrees per hour. So what do we say that Detroit was? 83 west? And what's Albany, New York? 73. So it's about 10 degrees. So you can do all sorts of really cool things with this. Each one of these little points, and I tried this out the other day. Each one of these little points is a star. I don't know if you can see that really well. So like right here, this star is Rigel, and it's located right there. So let's go to a different program here. Now this is set up for Alma, Michigan. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this 10:15 this evening. And right there is Rigel. See that? Now, if you look over here, you'll see the coordinates. This is right ascension and declination, and this is alt as. So according to this, Rigel is located from Alma, Michigan. It's at 175 degrees, which is just east of due south. And it's at 38.25 degrees altitude. So let's go ahead and do Rigel. And note the time right here. It's 10:15 p.m., okay? So let me... So remember, 38 degrees. So what we're going to do... Come on. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to put Rigel at 38 degrees. So let's bring Rigel up here to 38 degrees. Now, where is 38? Here's 40. Come here. Oh, come on. Okay, so here's 48. Here's 40 degrees. 38 would be 2 below that. So here's the 40-degree circle right here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to bring Rigel right there. Rigel is at the 40-degree circle. See right here? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to bring it back to 2. And let's go see what that says. Now, the stars here, if you look at them, are all set up exactly as, blast it. Yeah. So the stars are all set up as you would see them in the sky right now. So all of these stars that you can see right here, that's going to be their location. You can see this one perhaps is just set. And Arcturus right here, it's getting ready to rise. And let's see what else we can do with this. So here's Capricorn. Now, if we bring this right down to the 20th of Capricorn, which is today, looks like that's going to be at about 11:05. Let's see what time this is actually done for. Come here. So it's about 45 minutes off. This says 22:20 or so. So we're a little bit off with that. Now, why would that be? What happens to stars when they get down by the horizon? Changes the angle, doesn't it? So we're seeing some effects. Yeah, we're seeing some effects of refraction from that, which is changing the time a little bit. But it's a pretty cool thing, isn't it? Doing it with the stars is something that I have a little trouble with. But that should be about right. So you see, by setting the angle of Rigel, I can set the ecliptic. And by looking at the date, I can tell where the sun is. So this would be 12 noon. That would be 12 midnight. Here's the actual time right out here, right there. So we're off just a little bit. Takes a little practice, but that's how you use an astrolabe. I like to write the hands. Comment on this. So you're going to use a flat astrolabe to talk about a spherical Earth. Oh my God, what a dolt! Anybody recognize this right here? Oh, where'd it go? There we go. This is a planisphere. See how that's in the back of the astrolabe? This will give you your horizon. You're looking south. This will give you your horizon. And what this does is it folds over your head. But that's where the background right here. This line right here represents your horizon. Anybody have any idea what these lines here are? What these dotted lines right here would be? I'll give you a hint. There are a certain number of degrees below the horizon. Anybody ever hear of civil or nautical twilight and true astronomical twilight?
I've heard of them, but I can't define them.
All right. Nautical twilight and nautical dawn are very important times, both for navigation and for military reasons. Nautical twilight means that the sun has set. Twilight is when the sun hits the horizon. Nautical twilight, the sun is just below the horizon, but there's still enough light in the upper atmosphere that you can see a ship a quarter of a mile away. All right. You're just starting to make out black and white images. You know, you can see things in black and white and you can see movement. So that's very important. So like, for example, when you're on the line in the military, you do a stand to just before nautical sunrise, because that's a normal time for people to make an attack, because you've got enough light to be able to see what you're doing, but you still have a little bit of concealment. Same thing with a ship. You can see ships near you before the sun comes up after nautical twilight begins. the final thing that you use with navigation is when you're doing your star fixes, your 3-star fixes, you have to be able to see the star and you have to be able to see the horizon. So it's got to be dark enough for you to see the stars, but light enough for you to be able to make out the horizon accurately. And this will give you the time of nautical twilight based on the time of year. So that's what these lines here, these dotted lines are for. Very useful stuff. You can also find the direction to Mecca with this. And sunrise, sunset, moonrise, moonset, stars rising, coming into ascension, and setting. A lot of different things. There's about 1,000 different uses for this instrument. And of course, you can measure angles. I thought I'd share that with you a little bit. I've been playing with it a little bit. They have an Armillary Sphere program, but I'm not very satisfied with it. I'm one of these people that I actually have to get it in my hand and actually use it. And you see, this is a very precision instrument. You can get one that's a little rougher, but a little easier to read. So those are just some things that we're doing.
Yeah,
We'll go
looking
ahead.
forward to seeing the real thing going, Bob.
Yeah, me too. Should be here in about a week. I'll tell you what, if you guys want, here is the link to that, and you can download this program. I'm going to put this in the live chat. But there's the simulator right there. It's in the live chat right here on the YouTube, on the live YouTube channels. I just thought I'd share it with you. Some of the stuff that I was doing this weekend, just playing around some.
Have you shared it with any flirts?
Are you a flurf? Because this is the first time I've shared it.
No, I'm not a flirf. I'm just wondering if you've ever shared it with any of them.
Mr. Malort, I see in the chat you are apparently from Chicago. Tell you what. Tell you what I'm going to do. I will announce when I'm going to Chicago. It'll probably be in the spring or maybe early summer. But I'll announce publicly when I'm going to Chicago with at least a week's worth of notice. And what I'll do is anybody that is in Chicago, Flat Earth or just regular old subscriber to the channel, let's meet up and go. We'll head up to the top of the Willis Tower and we'll all do this together. That would be a lot of fun to do. We'll make a video app. We'll get 4 or 5 of us together. We'll all take different measurements. We'll record the measurements. We'll check we'll do a little statistical analysis on it to make sure that, we'll plot them all out to make sure that we're getting good readings and consistent readings. And then we'll actually calculate the radius of the Earth as determined from the top of the Willis Tower. That'll be kind of cool, wouldn't it? We'll bring some extra instruments. I'll have some people maybe make their own instruments, get a protractor, a straw, a little bit of line, and a fishing weight. We'll try it that way. I'll bring a sextant. I'll bring the astrolabe. And we'll see if we can figure out how accurately we can figure out the radius of the Earth. That would be kind of fun to do, wouldn't it? I like doing things like that with the folks from the channel. I've had dinner with a couple of them. I've met up with some fellow creators on my various travels. On my last trip down to Florida, my son and I stopped by and we had some comfort food and a beer with Blue Marble Science at a Ruby Tuesday in Knoxville. I'm going to meet up with Jose JG next time I'm down in Tampa, and Rockin' Robbins and a few of the other fans of the channel down at the Astronomical Society there. So that would be kind of fun to do. Now, assuming that COVID is better, my son is scheduled to go to the United Kingdom in May. So
Where's he headed for?
they're going to a bunch of different places. I think that he's definitely going to London, and I think that he may be up in Scotland. So I'm going to hook him up with Craig while he's up in Scotland, and I don't know. We're going to see whether or not maybe I can get some of the folks from the channel to go buy my boy a beer.
If he's in the northeast area, I'd be happy to.
That sounds great.
That's pretty much in between like most of where you'd be in Scotland and London.
Yep. Well, we'll know what his itinerary is once they do it. It's kind of an interesting thing. It's an overseas program for his university, and everybody that participates in this gets a foreign language credit. I have yet to figure that one out.
Just for going to Britain?
Going to Britain. Yep. Now, having listened to Dell a few times, I could understand it, but for some reason, I think you and I are kind of speaking the same language.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so.
Accents are here different, but
yeah, Dell's accent is quite thick Scottish accent, very much so.
I honestly can't understand him. That's one of the reasons that I've never gone online with him, is I literally cannot understand what the man's saying. He speaks too quickly with too much of a brogue, and I'm just not good enough to be able to follow that in real time. I have to listen very carefully to it.
Yeah, English accents are funny. There's a lot of them.
Well, I think that's Scottish, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but he's speaking English though, sort of.
Yeah, I think sort of is a great name for that. I think things change when you go north of Hadrian's Wall. I understand there's about 4 major Scottish accents, and I can understand 3 of them, and he speaks the one that I can't.
Oh, yeah, if you go into Edinburgh, you wouldn't have much of a problem understanding people.
No. No, that's there are differences between heavy accents and charming accents. You have a charming accent to my ear. All right. I'm sure that if you really worked at it, you could make it quite unintelligible to me.
Yeah, if I was just talking to friends, you'd struggle to understand what we were talking about.
I mean, it's kind of like listening to Waltzing Matilda. If you actually look at the lyrics of Waltzing Matilda, I've got no freaking idea what the hell he's talking about. I mean, it's got a great tune, but I have no idea what the lyrics mean.
We need, is it Sam Vimes?
Yeah.
He'd tell us all about it.
Yep.
What a guy that he is.
I think I know what a Tucker bag means, but other than that, that's about it. Most of the other stuff is local.
Yeah, it did take me a while to figure out what a Matilda actually was.
I'm not sure I still know. I know what a Sheila is, but I don't necessarily know what a Matilda is.
I think it's sort of like a backpack kind of thing.
It is? Oh, okay.
Like your travel bag.
That makes sense. Your travel companion. I know Sheila's your girlfriend, or more importantly, your mate's girlfriend. But
I had a dream the other night, and I had a dream that I was in Australia at New Year's Eve, but like my mind had sort of corrected for like the sunset at the time, so it was like light much later in the day.
Have you ever been at the extreme latitudes?
No.
All right. Well, I mean, you're in the 50s, which is pretty up there. You know, I've been north of the Arctic Circle, and I've been to places just south of the Arctic Circle, like Fairbanks. I spent a lot of time in Fairbanks, and I'll tell you, it takes a while to kind of. It's very confusing at first because the sun's in a position you're not used to, and daylight and nighttime is screwed up. It's really very different. You
Yeah.
know, I'm
Oh,
used
sorry.
to the sun kind of sort of rising in the east, and you know, so if it's in the morning, if you look at the sun, that's probably going to be more or less in the direction of east. It's not there. It's southeast, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been to South Africa.
yeah, but South Africa's not that. You know, yeah, I mean, the sun's on the other side of the earth or the other side of the sky from what you're used to. But South Africa, I don't think is, that major of a latitude. I mean, Sydney is about like Tennessee here. You know, it's 35 degrees south. Perth is 31. I mean, you're looking at the Carolinas basically. Sometimes even northern Florida. And then you get up, like Broome and places like that. You're in, practically in Central America. Well, you are in Central America.
All I'd know is I'd melt there. Definitely.
Yep. Well, I'm going to go check this car real quick. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, I live at 63 degrees north, and the sun definitely is not rising in the east and setting in the west.
I'm at 54 degrees apparently.
We almost have 5.5 hours of daylight from sunrise to sunset.
Like, how do flat earthers like explain sort of red skies and stuff like that?
Adley?
Yeah, probably.
I would say poorly or not at all.
How are you doing anyway, Bjorn?
Surviving. Just tired.
Yeah, wiped out.
Yeah. COVID is fun, isn't it?
I've managed to not have it yet, like touch wood.
Yeah.
Or as far as I'm aware anyway.
Well, if it wasn't for the fact that I took a test, I wouldn't have known that I had COVID, other than that I'm very tired. I have some cold symptoms, but I would just think I had a cold. Thank you, vaccines.
Yes. Proof they work.
Well, it's a sample size of 1, but I've seen a couple of people that haven't had any vaccines and they got much worse than me. Still a small sample size, but that's just the evidence that I have in my personal life. Let's put it like that.
Well, yeah, sometimes just seeing what's going on around you kind of explains it a little bit as well. But sometimes you do need the bigger picture.
Well, in my case, it seems to work at least. But like I said, sample size of 1, so wouldn't put too much faith in that. You know, it's better. There's better data out there that you can have a look at.
I've still
Seems like that is it is agreeing with my case.
good stuff. Like, yeah, I mentioned on Twitter the other day about it just seems like there's loads and loads of anti-vaxxers, but that's just through like a weird sort of distorted scope of social media.
Well, we have about 8% in Norway that aren't vaccinated. I wouldn't call them all anti-vaxxers. There's degrees. There are people that just are afraid. There's 2 groups of people in Norway that are new to Norway. Let's put it like that. That doesn't really seem to want to be vaccinated. One is the Polish, apparently. I think it's a little bit this antitrust towards government and stuff like that. And
That,
then there's another one for religious reason.
yeah, that seems to be the case over here, to be honest. I've just looked at the COVID case rates for the UK. I used to look at the map quite a lot, and then I kind of sort of stopped looking for whatever reason. But it was sort of like blue colours, green colours, sort of not too many cases. Now, like the maps, most of it's black.
Yeah. I know some people that had a bad reaction to the vaccine and actually got told that they couldn't take the second one. So there are a few of them, but they
Oh,
seem
yeah.
to be, they have some sort of condition that makes them react.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like that's why everybody else needs to take it.
Yeah. And then you
Couldn't they
have,
take another type of vaccine?
well, I have a friend that I work with that has a heart condition, and he got a bad reaction, and they wanted him to not take a vaccine for now because he actually ended up in the hospital. Which he talked with the people there, and it was really rare to have that type of reaction. It was like 1 in 500,000 or something, 1 in 1 million.
Yeah, they're never 100%, are they?
So, but I know people that have ended up in the hospital taking other type of medication that you would think is 100% safe, but they're not. But that's also, if you just take your normal painkillers and go and read the rare um, side effects, you know.
I, I was watching like sort of when it was election season over in America. I was watching a bit of sort of American news, and I was surprised at like how many adverts they have for medication, and like that the sort of list of like the side effects and the possible sort of outcomes of taking this medication that's been advertised on the telly is
Yeah,
like longer than the advert itself.
yeah.
I'd find that out like so they get people worried, and then they have to sort of they ask for these medications because they feel these things that like probably happen just anyway.
Well, it's always going to be a side effect, and when you have side effects that's 1 in 500,000, 1 in 1 million, and they usually aren't deadly, then you have to start weighing up the cost of that um, against what good it can do.
What I'm hating is like people going, "Oh, in Britain we can't lock down again, like it'll cost too much." But like, what about all the people that'll die if like in certain cases, maybe it's not so much now, but all the people that died that could have been working.
Yeah, that's well, I don't know, paracetamol. It's a common, painkiller in Norway, and
Yeah,
that has bloody or black tarry stool as one of its side effects. Doesn't it's a rare one, but it doesn't seem like a good one to have. So, that's something everyone takes.
I
yeah,
take it,
yeah.
but I'm also taking iron tablets, so it'd be a little hard to evaluate that.
Yeah, but my point is that there are rare side effects against basically every type of medicine that you can take, or every type of um, in the case of the vaccine, there's rare cases there too. So,
The
but
thing I
it's not 8% of the population.
so like at least 83% of people in the UK have had 2 doses of the vaccine, and 90% have had 1 dose.
Yeah.
So like if there's vaccine sort of like so what that's less than 10% of the population haven't had vaccine. Where are these anti-vaxxers coming from? Why do they seem so prominent?
Well, because there are prominent people being anti-vaxxers, I think. I think Joe has put up that. I was going to advertise, but it's a site for bloggers and internet celebrities that are anti-vaxxers, and there are a lot of them. They're just vocal.
It's a bit annoying.
It's like flat earthers. They scream a lot. But I don't know how. Let's say that you're going to go to a jungle. Would you go there without taking your vaccines against all the kind of stuff that you can get there?
When I had to take all kinds of vaccines when I went to South Africa when I was like 15.
Yeah.
My parents weren't like, "Oh no, like he's too young to get this vaccine." They were like, "No, you're having this vaccine, otherwise we're not going."
Yeah. You're too young to die from some of the stuff that you can actually get.
Have you been in the military?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. There you don't get a choice. You can't say, no, I'm not taking that vaccine.
I guess you got vaccinated for yellow fever. I would rather have the vaccine than get yellow fever. It's seems like a bad thing to get.
Well, if there's a vaccine for it, what's the problem in taking it? Like, it doesn't seem like that much of a choice.
Yeah.
Like, isn't there a malaria vaccine coming out or being developed or something?
I think there already is one. Yeah. Malaria kills more people than any animals. So mosquito is the most dangerous animal in certain parts of the world.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it's an insect, but
Imagine if they get a widely developed vaccine for malaria. Crazy.
I don't think that's going to happen. Sadly. There's a few vaccines you have to go to Africa. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I do believe that people in general should get the vaccination if they, you should always consult with your doctor, but it would be stupid to not get it if your doctor says you should get it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why would you go against like the advice of a doctor?
Well, maybe you're a plumber and think you know better, or a yoga instructor.
Transferable skills.
Yeah. Don't you think, I'm a carpenter, I have a drill, and I should be able to do dentistry. Why not? I've used a drill before. I have pliers too.
The brutal dentist.
Used to be the smith here in I don't know how it was in Europe, rest of Europe, but the smith in the village used to be the dentist too. I think it was like that in Britain too. Went
No, it's
over there
most likely.
and they took some pliers and just that's brutal dentistry.
High mortality rate dentistry.
Do you think that's where the fear of dentists come from? You have some dirty blacksmith coming up to you with a tongue that he just, used in his forge. Holy shit. I would be afraid of the dentist too if that was the case though.
Well, my
Yeah,
dad pulled some of my teeth when I was a child.
Yeah, the child teeth. I did that myself. Is there a vaccine to guard against stupidity? No, sadly. There is no vaccine against stupidity. There are ways to avoid it. Picking up a book now and then. That's a good thing. But no vaccine. No quick fix. You could also do something that is controversial. I know this is controversial, but listen to the people that actually have an education within the topic. That usually helps.
yeah. Don't listen to me on anything.
Me neither. I'm a carpenter. Don't listen to me. If you want to put up a drywall, I'm your man.
I can make a cup of tea if you like milk in it.
Is that all your skills? I feel sorry for you now.
Mate, but it's fine because I live in England. We put milk in our tea.
Putting milk in your tea is
Some
your
of
life
us do.
skill. Oh God!
Some of us are civilized.
Ruining a good cup of tea with milk. Holy shit!
And some of us had to cope with student milk and got out of the habit of putting milk in tea that way.
Do you really have milk in your tea?
Depends on the tea.
Yeah, you wouldn't put milk in like your matcha or anything like that.
Books? No, books are still good. It's not last century. Come on. You know what the problem with doing your own research on the internet is? Every other idiot is writing something on the idiots. People like me, know absolutely nothing about anything. And we go out and we have our opinion, and you go and Google it, and you find a fucking blog somewhere, sorry the French, and then you read it. And you think that you're an expert on the field. If you go and buy a book, there's at least some person that have been sitting down and actually writing a book. And usually they are good. If you take a book on biology, I don't write books on biology and go to the local library and put them in the shelf there. Biologists do that. This is why we have more stupid people now than we ever had. It's that little phone, that computer. They go on the internet, they type in, why am I right? And then they read exactly what it says there.
I'm not sure whether there's more of them or if they're just more visible.
They're more visible, at least.
It's easier to get 100% on the test when you write your own test and grade it yourself.
Yes.
It's my word of wisdom for the moment.
That's excellent word of wisdom. I've had arguments with people, and they say, "I read it on the internet. It must be true." It's the dumbest thing you can say.
And there are so many things I've read on the internet that would be disturbing if true.
Yeah.
Not least of which is some of the hilarious fiction that I've been reading.
Well, let's be fair. Most of the stuff that is written on the internet is fiction.
No, I mean deliberately fiction, deliberately presented as.
Okay. Well, that's a different topic then.
But it's still published on the internet, so it must be true.
Yeah. Let's see here. No, we need a way to screen the internet, you know. So you have a facts part of the internet, and then you have a fiction part of the internet, and then you can have an opinion part of the internet. I'm gonna live on the opinion part of the internet.
It's called Twitter.
I don't have Twitter.
If you're willing to filter what you read on Twitter, some of it's reasonable.
No.
Some of it isn't.
Let's see. God damn it, I can't type. There we go.
How could you spell the currency wrong, man?
I know. Come on.
Just saw that.
I was in a hurry. Before the missus catches me. I did catch it myself though, and actually fixed it. Well, I can't edit that, can I? What is an MSc?
Masters, isn't it?
Oh, is that a master's?
Yeah.
Second degree,
Okay.
generally.
I've never seen that.
Only 31 more until you're a Grandmaster Supreme Ultimate Mason or whatever it is.
Can I be a grand? Can I be a Grand Wizard?
Maybe.
That's all I want to be in my life. Yeah, he talks very fast, so he must be really brainy. Or maybe he's just making up bullshit as he goes. I don't know.
Found you a new video to watch in the text channel 24/7.
What?
What if we made traffic jams but underground? Elon Musk invents the underground traffic jam.
Okay.
In cars that potentially have exploding batteries.
You're not gonna give up on that, are you?
Potentially exploding batteries has been a thing for a couple of decades. Leave it out.
Especially lithium ones, yeah.
Yeah, they also revolutionized the world, but let's not.
Watch the video.
Well, they still revolutionized the world. The lithium
what way?
battery. Well, you know.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk did make lithium batteries.
I didn't say that.
Actually, it's not his batteries he's using.
Yeah.
So?
He uses like everyone else. He uses whoever has the best deal on the cell.
Yeah. So?
That's not what I was getting at.
Okay.
Lead acid batteries don't explode in flames. They just make a mess and quit working.
And when they overheat and burn, occasionally give off some rather interesting corrosive.
Yeah, but you can walk away from that. You know what I mean? You can't walk away from the car you're trapped in because the tunnel's too small, the doors won't open, and the battery's on fire, and the car won't move. Your barbecue. It's designed death trap, from what I can see.
So?
Well, you need to take that up with the people that started lithium batteries decades ago.
I got nothing wrong with lithium batteries used, but not in tunnels. Like big batteries like that.
It was Mr. Goodenough that made him.
Because even planes now have an emergency bag. And if someone's phone or laptop starts to go, they'll
Are we really going to go into the Tesla lithium battery debate again?
No, I'm not talking about Tesla specifically. I'm talking about using large electric vehicles underground like that with lithium batteries.
And that's been a thing for decades because the trains have been using them.
They're
in
lead
tunnels.
acid. The old trains are all lead acid.
And they were shifting over to lithium.
Yeah.
So
and they had two tunnel fires, and they shifted a lot of them back.
You're pushing this as if it's a new problem. It isn't. That's the thing.
It's the battery technology, not fitting that location.
And
so
equally,
a plane is able to deal fit quicker than a tunnel because, of course, if you're up in the plane, you can build a firebox around it and vent it outside of the plane. If something ever happened nowadays, you can't do that in a tunnel.
And equally, lead acid isn't fit for purpose because it doesn't have the energy storage that the more modern batteries do.
Doesn't have to. There's a train at there's a station at every stop.
No.
I can hit a battery with 2S discharge or 2S charge.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm done with this because you went from a problem on cars, and that's why it's not fit for purpose.
No, I mean it's that that type battery bank doesn't belong in a tunnel.
Right.
Nothing to do with the device in question. It's big lithium batteries in tunnels with gull wings, making it so you
Yeah.
can't get.
They seem to work in all the tunnels in Norway. They drive fine through them.
Love that little trolley train they showed. $25,000 holds what, 35, 40 passengers. Mass produced, easy to get. Better than 6 passengers for $100,000. And the trolley thing's lead acid powered. A lot of them.
According to our largest insurance company in Norway, it's 4 to 5 times more likely that a car that runs on petrol or diesel, if you adjust it, the size of the car park. So the only difference is that if a lithium battery starts burning, it usually burns to the ground.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, you can't snuff it. But so if you got a Tesla sitting I'll use any make vehicle. Okay, I won't use the word Tesla again. If you got an electric vehicle with gull wings stuck halfway through a tunnel and its battery just fails and is now burning, how do you get the passengers out of that gull wing doors? They're dead. They're cremated right there.
And how many times have this happened?
If you've got a car in a tunnel,
it's just being put together now, so it's just a matter of time.
If you've got a car in a tunnel with not enough space to open the doors to either side, how do you get the passengers?
The Boring project does. That's the size of it. And regardless of what they put in for a vehicle, the tunnel's that small.
Right. So it's not a gull wing problem then.
Those trolleys, $25,000, 36 passengers. They just climb out over the top of it.
God,
right.
You specifically said gull wing doors.
Well, that's what
part of the problem.
They're trying to use. No sense.
If it's a problem that the tunnel's too small to open any door, it's not a gull wing door problem. So take that factor out of the argument, please.
Yeah, well, that's where the trolley has no doors. You just step out of it. Run.
You seem to have this fascination every time you watch one of these videos. You come in here, and then we're gonna have
I understand the problem that you're pointing out.
2 or 3 hour discussion about this.
I'm sorry, but it's just I see the flaws that they're pointing out, and I understand it as a flaw. So I love electric vehicles.
Yeah, but
there is places they don't belong.
Yeah, but what's the point? You're talking about something that hasn't been built yet. That's on the drawing table. May never be built.
Actually, it has been built. That one that goes in that convention center.
Yeah, but that's like an amusement park.
Yeah, because you walk it quicker than you take the ride.
Yeah, but the point is, it's a non-problem. It's like discussing that they might build burning cars in the future that flies. It's a non-problem.
What was the name of that Ford they built that if you gave it a little bump in the back end, it was a ball of fire?
Was that a car that was built and that was used in that way?
And put on the road.
Okay. Well, do you see that that's a different thing than something that might happen in the future? Maybe.
Yeah, your only hope with even though there's been a few of them crashed, they didn't catch because it was just they didn't happen to have that unlucky spark.
Okay, look, searching for this, it looks like there was a problem with the Ford Pinto back in the 1970s because they didn't reinforce the tank at all.
Yep, they screwed up. Yep.
But that was an actual thing that happened in the real world.
Yes. Yeah, it was it was terrible.
It's the tunnels that Elon has proposed been built somewhere other than as an amusement park attraction? Can you go actually use this? Is this a real danger to normal people? Didn't think so.
I'm trying to find the spot.
Yeah, they have an amusement park ride one place. I'm talking about, is this something that you will encounter in your everyday life? Is this a danger that you have to encounter in your everyday life?
That's their plan. Set it up like that through the city.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Also,
for the city people, they will be able to encounter it on a daily basis.
I'd also like to point out that Elon Musk hasn't invented the underground traffic jam. We've had those for decades in various tunnels in the UK.
Yeah, I know. That was just the name of the video was,
I don't think you understand my point. When we come to the point where this is actually a serious hazard for people, when that happens, when it's actually proposed, when someone starts to agree with actually building this, we can have the discussion. Then it might be an interesting discussion. Right now, it's a non-issue.
Everything's a non-issue until the problem hits.
Okay.
It's always hindsight's 20/20. That's the problem with the world. Hindsight is 20/20. Looking back, it's still a bit fuzzy. Yeah, I love tech, but advertisements 800 miles an hour, that will not work at flight quarters like that. Bob's back.
Okay, yeah. The commercial version of that isn't going to be that sort of tunnel. I'm sorry.
I hope not.
No, it's not up to code.
Yeah. Hopefully it's big enough at least to get the doors open.
There are standards for that sort of tunnel. He doesn't have to do them if it's for his proof of concept stuff, but there are rules about how often there's got to be cross connections between the tunnels so that you can escape in the case of fire.
Yes.
Again, he doesn't have to do that because it's an entertainment demonstration thing. He should have to, but that's a different
So
thing.
you can okay, so you really can break the rules on that stuff if it's small enough.
It's because it's not a road, if you see what I mean. It's because it's a private thing. He's not held to the highway standards. But yeah, those tunnels aren't. No, they're not suitable. I'm not quite sure why it's so slow, but that might just be that they're being careful.
Yeah, I love what that reporter said, that she didn't want to go any faster. That's that right. They were doing like 30, 25 or 30, and she didn't want to go any faster.
But there's also the possibility that the traffic jam there might be where it's coming to an unloading point. I'm not sure because the whole thing's a bit cut to ribbons.
Yeah, because they had 3 cars total in that little system. I love those little trolleys, though. They're so efficient. I mean, especially for something like this.
Well,
basically like a open bus is what they are. Completely open bus, basically. This trolley thing I'm talking about. No windows.
The problem with the trolley system is it only goes where the trolley system does.
The ones I'm talking about have tires.
Yes, but
you drive them.
It's still only going to go along its scheduled route if it's that sort of scale of thing. It doesn't allow for the I want to drive into town, join the underground network, come up at the shopping centre, do my shopping, go back into the underground thing, come out and drive home.
Yeah. The one I'm talking about, though, you don't own the cars either. You just get in, and it drives you to the point B. Just the same as you would on a trolley. I'm not talking the ones that you take your own car in. I'm talking about that one that he's got. That's you take the cars that are installed, that you get in those cars. You're not using your vehicle.
Okay. Well, the eventual idea seems to be that it will be your car that you're driving to and into the system.
And not everybody's going to own a self-driving vehicle.
No,
but few people probably will afford it, especially with chip shortages.
Depends how they're doing it and if they're selling or letting the vehicles. But that's a different problem. Either way, you've still got the mass transport's great if it's going where you want to go.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
I'm lucky enough to be living in a town, in a city where I've got access to most of what I want within walking distance, and public transport to the rest. But I've had to turn down jobs in the past because I had to be able to get to the local motorway junction at 6 a.m, and that's just not happening if I don't drive.
Right. Of course.
No,
I get that.
I actually had a bad argument with the job centre about that one. Oh, we're going to take your benefits away because you're turning down jobs. I physically can't get to that one. Sorry, not my problem.
Yeah, if you physically can't get there, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
If it had public
Get there
transport,
at the time needed.
yeah, if it had public transport, I'd consider it depending on the how reasonable the travel is.
Yeah, because usually, like, if it's a bus or a trolley, it's going to get you there because it's going to be, like you said, pretty much dedicated road for it, or tunnel, or overbridge, or whatever the fuck they happen to use for the system. Don't matter. Point A, point B with less interference to get you there quicker. But you're right; they've been doing it since 1900. Public transport. Started with horses. I always still amazed though with the London Underground, considering just how extensive that train system is. And it basically is a big train system. That's something else, isn't it? And that
Well,
place, and it's all electric. Every bit of it, I think. Mostly electric.
They really didn't want to build train lines through actual London.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it's still amazing what they built.
Oh yeah.
Consider how old that is.
Well, we had people who knew how to dig tunnels at that point in history.
Yeah. Now, sure, you do have a massive electrocution hazard with the tracks.
Yes, but
you know what I mean. You gotta.
People don't
People have got to not go on the tracks when the train's there. Period.
This might be a common sense thing, but in general, we don't go onto electric train lines.
No, we don't. But there is the odd person that dies, and you're right. So you do have the statistic that it's greater than zero.
You can't account for everything.
No.
Back in the days of coal steam trains, you had people lying down on the tracks for the same effect. So
it's flattened out.
So yeah, the people stepping on electric lines, we do everything we can to keep them separate.
Yeah. But humans are humans.
Yes.
They're just animals. They're going to do silly things once in a while.
I remember they had to close the local train station down for about half a day because somebody had managed to get themselves across the lines. That wasn't pleasant for anybody.
Yeah, what is that for voltage? It's greater than 600, isn't it?
Oh, I have no idea what.
I think it's 600 on the London Underground, right thereabouts.
Overhead lines are 25,000.
For the trains?
Yep. Oh no, yeah, that's for Network Rail. Third rail's at 750 volts.
There you go. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I knew it wasn't too awful high. It was under a kilo.
Yep.
I thought for sure it was 6. Yeah, 750. You do the you rectify 600 3-phase to DC, you're gonna get about 750.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what.
I'd put the wrong search term in.
I do know that.
I'd search for voltage of electric trains rather than voltage of the third rail.
Yeah.
Third rail came up with the right answer.
Yeah. Yeah. But a lot of the underground stuff is all third rail. I'm just talking about the underground. Yep. Overground's easy. Put up wires. You know.
Well, even there they've got a tendency to run third rail on some sections.
Well, it's so easy because you can just go in directions.
Yeah, I think part of it is we've got a lot of places that've got low hanging bridges.
Yeah. Yeah, the third rail doesn't stay live all the time, but it does come on just before the train gets there.
Yeah.
It has to be live then. They do start it on and off, I'm sure of that, if I remember right. They get switching for that.
No, I like the light rail or tram system that we've got in the city here. At the
Yeah.
moment, it's in the process of switching diesel to electric.
Yeah. Now I
Because
can tell.
because of the long phase out time on the actual vehicles.
I know
But they've
why
also-
they're using DC over AC too.
Has a tendency to throw you off rather than make you stick to it.
Nope.
And better transmission over over short-ish distances than over ridiculous distances.
No, it's even simpler than that. When your train crosses from one power supply to another, even if it shorts the two power supplies together, it makes no difference.
Yeah.
The train, if anything, the train's going to get a little bit of an extra kick as it transfers from one supply to another. Especially if it's the only train close by.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a voltage pump, but that's nothing.
The other weird thing we've got on our trams is that they've got salt and sand bays on the bottom for winter, so that they can grit the roads as well. I say the roads; they can grit along the shared roads that they use. Beautiful idea.
Yeah. And the power those electric motors have is just freaking.
I have to say though that I have walked into the side of far too many trams in the past.
Excuse me?
I've walked into the side of trams far too often.
Why would you walk into the side of a tram?
I have no idea, but I've done it on multiple occasions.
I'd recommend that when you're going to walk towards the train, try to line up with the door at least.
No. I wasn't trying to get on it. It was just there where I was crossing the road, and I didn't see it.
Was it moving?
Nope.
Thank God.
Well, if it had been moving, I'd just have bounced and spun a bit back onto the pavement.
Yeah. How fast are they going average where you are? Isn't it like 20, 30 miles an hour? I know I'm using miles an hour and I'm in Canada.
No,
I think you're in miles.
They could probably get up to that, but they don't because there's not enough distance between stops.
Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. The machines are capable of about 20, 30 miles an hour. Probably. So they got some headroom.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, they could do 55 miles an hour if we really wanted them to.
Yeah, that's headroom. Yeah.
89 kilometers an hour. Wow.
There.
And they're 750 volt overhead line.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've got one of the original tubes that was used to power something like that one time. Big ass vacuum tube with huge octopus arms coming out of the side of it. It was really cool. I'm not going to move it because there's literally 40 pounds of mercury in it. So I'm not actually going to be moving it very often. Called a mercury arc rectifier. I don't know if it's a used or an old stock one. I have no idea. I took it to a friend's place up to his mill and hooked it up and tested it. 3-phase. Unique sound that produced. That actually sounded cool running.
Wow.
What? Look up photonic induction, mercury arc rectifier.
No, I'm just looking at this with the stuff for the trams, and it's amazing that some of the stuff that they've done.
Another interesting one. I haven't watched it, but it looks kind of interesting. There's got to be some catch-22 there. Commit a crime, stay out of jail. NYC District Authority. That's gonna be a long one. An hour for that one.
Yeah, I've not got the time to watch an hour and odd of.
No, I didn't say you. I just posted it. I thought you'd be entertained by it someday. Cuomo screws up. Get it? Bob is asleep.
Howdy.
Hey.
Well, it was busier earlier.
Something goes.
Oh, was the Elon Musk kill the stream conversation over?
Oh, it's over.
Okay. Just checking.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
I hear you, Dr. Bob.
All right, back from the eye doctor. I've got a vitreous detachment and a large floater, but it's nothing serious. I'm not going to lose my vision over it.
So
That's
your
good.
vitreous detachment, is that? So you
It's
don't
not.
have a detached retina?
No,
Well, that's
that's
good.
what I was worried. I was bleeding into the eye or had a detached retina. It's just an over 50-year-old guy issue.
Yeah, floaters are pretty common. My wife has them in one eye.
Well, this thing here is the size of Connecticut, but it should go away in about 6 months.
At least it doesn't look like a herd of rats coming up on your right hand side.
Actually, it does.
I had that
Well,
a couple of times when I realized.
Looks like somebody's swinging a black fly swatter at me from the right.
Oh, that's good news, Dr. Bob. Because my mom had a detached retina, and they tried to repair it twice, and no go.
Yeah, that's the reason that I mentioned it. I mentioned it a little bit earlier today, and I was going to the eye doctor, and I figured you'd probably want to know it was nothing serious.
Good to hear.
So did they do any treatment, or is it just time?
Tincture of time.
Tincture of time. I like that.
Yep. Main thing is, don't come up on me from the right side for a little while. That would probably be a good move.
So is it the right eye?
Yeah. I've got a issue with kind of the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock position. I've got a large thing that keeps coming across that way, and I find I'm putting my arm up every time it comes out. It's like something's coming in. But other than that, kind of freaks you out. But the important thing is that it's not serious.
Yeah, and as with all these things, it's a keep an eye on it.
That's a great dad joke. All right. Hey, I'll see you guys later. I got to run. I'm going to get that battery checked now.
Yep.
Toodle-ta.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
So what was the Tesla thing that I missed?
Oh, that basically, if you look in the 24/7 chats text thing, there's a link that was posted about Elon Musk inventing underground traffic jams. And basically, because the demonstration he's doing for his self-driving car underground system, it's a fairly tight tunnel. In the event that there was a battery fire, there might not be enough space to get out of the car in that tunnel. And this was being presented kind of as if that was the size of tunnel that we'd be expecting to see in actual usage.
And I think also, if I'm not mistaken, that tunnel is supposed to be in very low pressure, if not vacuum.
I don't know if that tunnel's vacuumed or if that was his other plan. Because I remember hearing something about a bullet train idea that was running in a vacuum tube.
So that was the big kerfuffle, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
Sounds like it was something to miss.
Yes.
So your day is coming to a close?
Let's have a look. It's coming up to 7 o'clock, so I'm just cooking dinner.
That reminds me, I've got to go get mine started. But it's only lunchtime here.
Let's see here.
I see Hunter's here. Look at that.
Yay.
You sound so positively giddy there, Dread.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, sorry. That was. I didn't realise I had my mic open. That was me looking in the freeze from going, oh, I'm all out of the stuff I wanted.
I sent you an invite, Hunter. I created my own server. It's for Johnson's only.
Gary in the chat.
How many people are in the YouTube now, Judy? You watching?
With Gary.
Gary is here. Well, that's all that matters, that we entertain Gary.
Gary Whitebenga?
Yes.
Oh, God. Hello, Gary. Ursa Globe.
I think Gary needs to like and subscribe and send the super chat. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. Super chat. Come on, Gary, you can do it.
I sent some rubles earlier today. It's your turn to pitch in, Gary. Giving you all this free entertainment.
Oh, he's in the text chat.
Yes, he is.
You guys keep saying my first name, and I don't see him anywhere in the place where I'm in the audio chat. And I keep wondering if you're not throwing rocks at me.
Never.
Well, you're not Gary. You're GG Little.
Well, that first G is a Gary.
Well, you can be Gary too, but are you Whitebenga?
I'm wide across the beam.
Well, you're just gonna be GG.
GG.
Works for me.
You know, we had Gary in here the other day, and he didn't want to talk to Blue Marble Science for some reason. Don't know why.
Well, I can imagine.
Claimed they couldn't hear him. Couldn't hear him at all.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Everyone else could. Must be something wrong with Discord.
Yeah, Blue's such a nice man.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to talk to the Blue Marble? Unless you didn't want to be challenged on your bullshit.
Might be that.
You think?
I don't know. he told me to.
I've heard people say.
Keep going, Joe.
I've heard people say.
Well, whatever it was fun. I liked that conversation, Gary. I asked you one question and you didn't answer it. And then you ranted on for 10 minutes. That was fun. I liked it. Maybe you felt better too. I don't know.
I'm surprised he talked to you. Did Gary Whitebenga talk to you, Norm?
Yeah, he did.
I didn't think he'd want to talk to one of them, or they, or whoever the hell we are.
No, I asked him if he could explain his model to me, but he couldn't because he didn't have a model. So
They brag about not having a model.
yeah,
Well, they also brag about their stupidity. That's a whole nother story.
But I don't need a model. I've got reality.
Right.
Yeah, well, take that reality and plot a course from Amarillo, Texas to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Well, Dredd, I hate to tell you, but I'm the Queen of England.
How nice to meet you, Your Majesty. Can I have a knighthood?
How much do you want to pay for that?
I've got about £3 in cash on me at the moment.
Well, you're going to need a little more than £3. You're going to have to throw in some gift certificate to a Pret a Manger. Yeah, the Queen's got to eat.
Well, we don't like Pret a Manger. It's foreign.
Yeah, they're on every. They're on. If there's 4 corners to an intersection in England, there's a Pret a Manger on every street, on every corner.
It's entirely untrue. Some of our 4-way intersections have at least 5 Pret a Mangers on.
Yeah, here there are Starbucks, either Starbucks or gas stations, but in England it's Pret a Manger.
Oh, we've got our fair share of Starbucks as well,
And
Costas.
McDonald's.
Did Gary leave, by the way? Gary, don't leave. We like having you here. Supporting the channel.
He's still on the chat and the YouTube session.
Has there been has he contributed to the super chat?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh. I'm
But
disappointed.
He does click the dislike button and increase engagement with the channel, and I like that. And all the viewing hours. Holy shit. It's very good, Gary. I like your support. I think actually you should invite some of your Flat Earth friends to come over here and just sit and listen for 24 hours. Or at least 12.
No, they may learn something, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's true. Not from us, though, Gary. From Blue.
No, they'd rather learn from Nathan Oakley or.
Yeah, that's true.
Aaronism or Bob Nodell or Arwen.
Yeah.
Well, I unsubbed from the Flat Earth Discord because it's just too much hard work, and I don't like who I turn into when I'm debating them. So
it's good.
They were pulling me down to their level. Put it that way.
Beating you,
and they're beating you with experience.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh my.
You always ask why it's so quiet in here, Gary. That's because some of us don't have an infinite amount of bullshit that we can spew out there. And I do, so I can keep the conversation going if you want to. But it's just going to be bullshit, just like your channels. But you're used to that, so that's
and
okay.
I'm a retired lawyer, so I can bullshit with the best of them.
We can sit here and lie all day if you want, Gary.
Yeah, I did it for a living. I'm a professional.
Hey, I'm a defrocked Baptist preacher, so.
Oh, wow.
Well, you see, Gary?
Why did you get defrocked?
Well, it's kind of that I started that way and decided I would change a career.
Okay. I went to a Jesuit college. Yes, the evil Jesuits who control the world with the Illuminati.
And you became a lawyer? Holy shit, no. Oh!
No. Drat these Jesuit Masons.
I'm not a Masons, but other than that, I've got 2 of the 3 on the bingo card. I guess I've got 2 of them, but so I'm a little far off from bingo yet. But the couple of the Jesuit priests I knew and interacted with a lot, they just say they were non-believers. And I asked them, gee, why are you still a priest if you don't believe it anymore? And they said, well, I'm in my 40s or 50s, and how else are they going to do? This,
It's
they
called
put
a
a roof over,
career path.
yeah, they put a roof over my head, and I get food and a little bit of money here and there, and so I said, okay, well, I can understand that. He says, I've been an atheist since I've been 12, and I'm in a Catholic institution. Oh,
Ouch.
yeah, I don't believe any of it, but we try not to talk about that in here because there are certain people in here that don't want to hear about that sort of thing. So we have to be, mindful of their beliefs. The
Be,
flat Earth.
be nice, Joe.
I am being nice. I'm not bringing it up. But flat Earth is anything in flat Earth is open for discussion.
Yeah. Polaris and the sun prove the flat, motionless Earth.
Well, there's 2 things we can't talk about in this live chat: religion and Elon Musk.
Don't say that word.
I'm sorry, Judy.
Gary has a counterpoint here. Polaris and the sun proves the flat, motionless Earth. So I guess we're schooled. We're
yeah. Where's the sun? Is you mean the sun the one that's 30 miles above the Earth, or the one that's in the clouds, or what? What sun is he talking about?
He doesn't have a moon.
I think it's the same one that Trey said was the flip side of the moon.
What?
The Cation sensation, Trey. Yeah.
Come again?
I think his name's Trey. I think his name's Trey. The Cation sensation. He was on MC Toon's channel.
Oh, that guy.
He said the moon and the sun were basically flip sides of the same thing.
How come you can see them sometimes at the same time?
Here's where it gets good. Apparently, when you see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, the sun is reflecting off the ether, so it's a reflection. The flip side of the moon is a reflecting off the ether, and the moon is the other side. Genius, absolute genius.
That's high level thinking there.
So the dome is like a mirror?
Yeah, apparently so, yeah.
Oh. I think that's the only way a flat earther can actually see their ego, because it's so big. They need a mirror dome to see it.
Wow.
But I had to give him kudos on that one, because I think he's the first one to come up with that explanation. So yeah.
That's even more. That's even got more next level thinking than the personal dome.
It does, doesn't it?
That one's really. Congratulations, Cation sensation.
If the dome's a mirror, when we look up, how come we don't see a reflection of the ground?
Now you're using logic there.
Yeah,
Brad.
Don't use logic. Don't ruin it with logic. No.
Come on.
Refraction.
Gotta pull. Yeah, that's right. It's no perspective.
Perspective or refraction, whatever. What do you want to take?
For both, it's reflective. It's reflective perspection. How's that?
And then there's how do phases of the moon work? And I have so many questions.
Just so you know, the sun and Polaris are probably around 4,000 plus minus miles. I don't know what that means, but
How come we can't see Polaris from Australia? What's Gary's answer to that? Just curious.
I don't think Australia exists, Joe.
Well, I don't know what you can see from Antarctica in the night sky, because the sun was out 24 hours a day when I was there. So I don't know what you can see in the night sky in Antarctica. And you don't want to be there when it's dark 24 hours a day. It's cold.
Gary, you're so amusing. Oh. It's much better having him in text because he can't rant for without breathing.
Yeah, has he answered our questions yet?
No, he keeps going on from the script. He has some copy-paste script that is going on. Now he's asking how long is one Earth rotation in your model? About 4 meters, I would say. That's how long it is. About 6 meter wide. Oh.
Well, Bjorn, that's why we pay you the big bucks in here.
I don't know, man.
We pay Bjorn with meat.
Yep.
Not with money.
Yep. Gary Little asked 4,000 miles and the sun. Oh, let's see.
If the sun is at 4,000 miles, then at my location, which is Nevada, the sun should be at an angle of 20 degrees, sitting somewhere over Siberia.
Yeah.
Why then can I not see it?
No, you're wrong. You're measuring it incorrectly. Polaris and the sun angles are simple perspective angles. Okay. Your field of view is perspective. You've been schooled there.
So why, when you take multiple measurements to the sun at the same time from different places, do you end up with the sun being at different heights?
Now you're using logic again. So, no more logic.
I'd be using beer, but I can't find my bottle opener.
Use your teeth. Oh. Gary, please keep entertaining us. This is hilarious. Can you give us one more? Maybe he's run out of copy-paste material. Anyone want to read that last one? I don't think I can get through it without start laughing. It's a bead dipped in pixie dust, so it glows. So, Judy, what's your take on all of this?
I was just thinking it'd be a little hard to have Rayleigh criteria with a star.
Are you using logic
How
again?
far away does a star have to get before you can't resolve it?
Are you using logic again, Judy?
But I want to see a radioactive bee.
Me too. One that glows in the
Radioactive
dark.
bee.
Yeah. A glow bee.
Globy. Okay.
I think it's full of pixie dust. That's a pixie bee, yes.
Hey, maybe that's why the bees are disappearing in some parts of the world. Been turned into globies.
Yeah. Do you think they're like, what's that movie? Oh, the guy that goes to the kid that goes to Neverland. Neverland, is that the name? Oh God, Captain Hook and these.
Oh, Peter
Ting-a-ling.
Pan.
Yeah, Peter Pan, Ting-a-ling. If you shake a globie, do you think the magic dust runs off and you can fly? No, Gary, we don't understand the problem we are having, but we do understand the problem you are having. Oh God. Peter Pan, yes. Oh. Hey, Gary. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't understand math if you were hit over the head with a math book. No. We will not let you on Discord. You refuse to talk to certain people. So no. Anything else new going on? Interesting?
I think we've been distracted by the side chat.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he wants to come in here and talk. That's just not gonna happen. He tried to play games the last time I let him on. That just doesn't work.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Evening.
I'm surprised this is working, but it's working.
Oh, that's good. Whatever it is you've done.
I am using this on a laptop from about 2012 that I just put Linux Mint on.
I'm not talking to you anymore. Penguins.
What?
Drat the penguins.
Yeah. This only gets 4 penguins. My main PC gets 8 penguins. So
Penguins?
The Linux
you
mascot
need
used
to know
be a
about
penguin.
Linux to understand the penguins. Yeah, Tux.
Penguins are evil
'Cause he's a
creatures
pedo.
that defend the ice ball. So
Penguins have elbows. But they do. They have elbows. Why?
that's so they can
Common
hold the
ancestor.
ray. No, they can hold the ray guns. Shoot the death lasers at people that gets close to the.
So you can hook the umbrella over it.
Yeah.
I've just arrived here from a civil conversation with a young Earth creationist flat earther in real life, face to face. You know, street epistemology and all that stuff.
That might explain why they were polite.
Yes.
Why? What do you mean?
It's a lot harder to be rude to someone that you're actually face to face with.
Yes.
Indeed.
it's very easy to be rude to someone who's only on the other side of the computer.
Yeah, we COVID elbowed. As one does.
No.
I've spoken with him before. The conversation ended at the point where he doesn't understand that rockets do not need air to push against.
Right.
No, they use positrons.
But in his mind, rockets only work. I said, so can you explain why aeroplanes fly faster high up where there's less air to push against? He was like, So, because that's not how aeroplane engines work either. It's
Something
about
about,
mass thrown backwards, and you get a reaction
Oh,
force
go
in
on.
the opposite direction. Carry on.
No, just keep going.
No, that was it. I just tried to explain to him that, when he was saying this, I just said airplanes go faster when they're higher, where there's less air to push against, yet they go faster.
Didn't someone? So for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Wasn't that something?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to him. For every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. And I said, for instance, if I've got a spinning bicycle wheel held between my hands and I rotate it 90 degrees while sitting in a office chair with my feet off the ground, I will start to rotate by some magical force. And I said it's a reaction force. You don't have to have things pushing against things for things to move. I said it's not the same thing, but it is a reaction force. But anyway, we will continue our conversation. The tragedy for me is he, like many of them, is busy teaching his young son that science is all a lie. So that's a bit the thing I find most disturbing, really. So I said to him, you can be a good Christian and not believe the Earth is flat, because the majority of Christians don't believe the Earth is flat. And his worldview, I suppose that's the term you can use, is that whatever is written in the King James Bible is the truth.
No, it's KJV only.
I won't be able to. I know absolutely there's nothing I will be able to do to convince him otherwise, but I'll just, explain to him where he can get his information. If it isn't flat, it doesn't make you less. I said it just means you can interpret those words in the Bible slightly differently than you're interpreting them now. Nothing more than that.
There's a couple of good YouTube channels out there that take through why the KJV translation has a couple of holes, which might be useful because it takes it through. Look, they did the best they could, but they didn't have all the old stuff to copy from.
Might I dare to ask, when you said the word couple, was that encased in very large quotes?
Yes.
The problem with any book at that time was that it was copied so many.
Socialist broke up for me just now. So.
Oh, I said the. Can you hear me now?
Right. I'm only hearing socialist worker roboting. Is anyone else hearing him roboting?
Nope. But I did hear you start to robot.
In that case, it's my connection is bad, which is what I expected. So sorry about that.
Well, the problem with any book at that, from that time period is what it was copied by hand over and over again, and mistakes were made.
Oh, well, not just that. When a translation is made and there isn't an exact matching word in another language, you use one that you feel is the closest to it.
Yeah.
And when
there's-
that goes over 2 translations in a row from 2 different languages, there's a gap.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a thing because the KJV was based on a translation of a translation of a translation, whereas now
Yep.
we're able to go back to the closest to the
Wasn't it?
original.
Was it like Hebrew, Greek, Latin, English, or something like that?
Pretty much.
I thought it was written in Aramaic.
Sorry.
Well, Aramaic,
some
Hebrew. Sorry.
Some of the books were in
What-
Hebrew,
yeah.
some of the books were in Aramaic.
Was it Chaldean as well, or something?
Yep.
Some other thing. Yeah.
But they'd been translated through a couple of other languages first before it
Yep.
got to English.
But the main point
Yep.
is that, you know, I don't think the writers behind the book actually thought that people were going to take it literally.
Yeah. There's also, of course, that because it's now archaic English, the words don't mean the same to us as they did originally.
Indeed. Yeah. So, what else has been discussed in my absence?
Gary has brought
Which
up
Gary?
great,
Let me guess. He's brought up some what?
some interesting points.
This is Mr. Webenga, is it?
Yeah.
Well, at least he's civil about these things. He's forceful, but civil.
Yeah.
What were they interesting points, or?
Well, that
You know,
depends.
when you say interesting, are they genuinely interesting or just unusual?
No.
Were they? Do they contradict accepted science?
What do you think?
You know, or,
What do you think?
yes.
Yes, they do.
I'm going to have to disappear for a bit so that I can eat. So I will be back possibly later.
Yeah. I also, in this conversation, see you later. In this conversation, I actually got to explain the difference between hypothesis and theory and common parlance.
Did he say
theory
it's
and
just a
scientific.
theory?
He did say it's just theory, and then I explained what theory really means. Yeah. And I said there's a constant confusion between hypothesis and theory. When we normally talk about theory in everyday language, we're really talking about hypothesis. And I said, you know, how an hypothesis, when it can't be falsified, is elevated to the status of theory, which is an explanation, our best explanation, our best current explanation of how things are. And so he didn't understand that before, and now he's got a handle on that as well. So yeah, the conversation went pretty much okay. There was no. The first conversation I had with him, which was about a week ago, ended with some friction, but we've got over that, and we will continue our conversation every now and then on the occasional chance meeting outside the supermarket. Oh dear. This is the cost of buying food these days. You run into flat earthers.
Well, Gary, he is explaining the reason we don't want to have him on is because we're scared of him.
It's quite nice.
Anyone here feel scared about Gary?
But well, we're certainly not scared of his arguments, are we?
No.
You know, it's not what he's saying that's the problem. And I don't think anyone's. Yeah. What I do notice though, with him and this chap I was speaking to this evening, is the deflection thing. As soon as you start giving a rational explanation of the point that they're disputing with you, they'll move on to the next one. There's no. It is literally what about? It's the what about thing, isn't it? That happens. What about this then? You
And
know,
also,
so
he was.
You know, that's kind of. It makes it tiring.
Well, he was also here and pretended he couldn't hear blue, so I don't play those kind of games, and neither does Bob.
What was he pretending he couldn't hear Blue Marble Science?
Yes.
Is it possible? You see, in Discord you can mute somebody.
We asked him. He said
so you don't
no.
hear them. Okay, that is odd.
And he has a problem actually listening because I told him we don't play those kind of games, and he keeps wanting to come on here. And the answer is still no.
Yeah. I noticed there are new rules in here as well.
Yep.
Actually, the rule is from December the 21st. I just hadn't noticed the second part about only asking the question once. Yeah. I should have double checked that one. But actually, you know, it's quite sensible that.
You didn't dispute me. I didn't strawman you. In fact, I was just listening. I didn't even make an argument against you. So I don't know what you're talking about. The reason you got kicked is because you couldn't. Everyone else could hear blue. Apparently, you couldn't.
Who are you talking to?
Gary in the chat.
Oh, is he in the chat now?
Yes.
In
YouTube chat.
Scroll. That's the window I normally have open, which I. Yeah, so VC text. Yeah, is that right?
No, he's on YouTube.
Which is it?
YouTube.
Oh, he's actually. Oh, right. He's actually
in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I'm not watching the stream. Let me just pop that up. Hello, Gary. By the way, like I say, you're passionate about your ideas and everything, and that's good. Let me just get the YouTube up because this laptop is a bit different to, and I don't tech. No, I can write apps and stuff, but I don't really tech. So. Rubbish. Tech stuff. So let's go. YouTube. Say hello to Gary.
You've just gone like completely robotic there, Next Pro. Your connection's kind of bad.
Oh, it's just so slow. It's terrible, actually.
We were just. I was just typing that out. I think Next Pro has some audio issues. So we're still here. You do understand, Gary, that you saying something, you stating something doesn't make it true. And Rachie, if you read the whole text, you can ask for clarification. So, I don't know. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's your problem reading that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at writing. I don't know. But you can ask for clarification.
Has the roboting gone away?
Yes, it has. Yeah.
Cool.
How are you speaking to Gary? Is he on this Discord, or are you speaking to him somewhere else?
No, he's on YouTube.
Oh, right. Okay.
He's on the stream. So he's commenting there.
Right. Okay. Can you chat to people on the YouTube stream?
Well, you can write. He's writing in the comment section, not the comment section, but it's a chat rolling by on the side.
Okay, so okay, I get it. So he's listening to you, what you're saying, and commenting. Okay, well, I got it.
Yeah, there's two there now. They think that if you just say something, it's true. So they are patting each other on the back now and are really, really pleased with themselves that they have really cracked this wide open and yeah, it's kind of sad.
And Rachie's there as well.
Rachie is there. Yep.
I actually like Rachie. Not her opinions, mind you, but she's not the worst of them. I put it that way.
Yeah, debate night. Chill out, man. Come on, seriously. Gravity is an emergent force.
There's nothing wrong with calling it but there's nothing wrong with calling it a force.
Okay, it's useful to describe it as such for the purpose of everyday problem solving.
Yes.
And our experience. It's quite funny to watch the YouTube put the subtitles on.
Yeah,
like 30 seconds afterwards.
And it's not always accurate. Maybe because I have an accent.
It rarely gets me correct. Actually, that's not true. Years ago, the only way I could get any speech recognition software to produce anything even close to what I was saying was to speak in an American accent, and then it was fine.
Yeah, you just had to speak like a Yank.
Yeah. A debate night. I completely understand your frustration, but we could all try and be friends here, yeah? Globies. I like that. I'm a Globie. Thank you, Gary. I'm going to get a little badge that says I'm a Globie.
The difference, Gary, is that someone has actually done some experiments that can produce consistent result over a long period of time, while what you're saying has none of that. So there is a difference.
Yep.
And technology relies upon upon it being consistent.
See, it says I'm going to be a Glooby in the subtitles. That's hilarious. That's okay, Rachie. That's kind of yeah. No. So we can, for practical purposes, consider it to be a force because that is useful to get things done. I've just noticed that time seems to slow down when you're reacting to things that are happening in the chat when they're only hearing us like 30 seconds after we say something. So there's like this, it's like having a conversation with somebody on a different planet.
It's like being in space.
Yeah.
Houston,
it's like, yeah.
We have a problem.
So, yeah.
But this is the problem. You know, they hang themselves up in this. Is it a force or isn't it a force? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Really doesn't matter. It works.
For a practical experience, it makes no difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could call it, you know, whatever you want. It would still work exactly the same way.
Right, let me try something. Rachie, may I ask you a direct question?
I'll leave this for you guys to figure out while I go and make myself a cup of coffee.
Cool. Oh, I see. I'm Next Pro. And the pro does not mean professional, just to let you know. It means something else entirely different. So Rachie, this important question. Pineapple on pizza. Yes or no? Rachie, are you trying to say to me that you have never had Hawaiian pizza? Dang. Okay. So basically, it's ham and pineapple on a cheesy pizza. Pretty good. But some people are going to fight you over it. Right. See, we agree on something. Pineapple is delicious. Oh, have you ever had pineapple ice cream? Now that is a thing. Yeah, get yourself down to a really good ice cream bar, and that is oh yeah, that's quite a thing. They also do things like mango ice cream and all that kind of stuff. Pretty good.
If you've ever been to Barcelona, Rachel, they have some amazing cheese ice cream.
Wow. Oh, I'll tell you what you can get in Italy. You can get a whiskey cornetto.
Wow, okay.
That is awesome. Beer ice cream. That sounds interesting as well. So, cheese ice cream. What flavour of cheese then?
It was. God, it's been a few years since I've been there. Hold on. I may have to look it up.
Is it a
My
sweet
memory.
thing or is it a savoury thing?
No, it was sweet. A sweet. It was like a cream cheese, not like a
Oh yeah,
savory cheese.
that can work really well. Yeah.
What did I
Now,
miss?
now, Rachel, I don't know if you eat meat or not. I've got no idea, but Burger King or McDonald's? Just saying. Ice cream with mushrooms. What?
It was a Roquefort gelato.
Oh no, you're like, oh, see, this is why we can't agree on anything, Rachel. Right? Because Burger King is the superior burger, and I'll debate you all day on that one. Oh my goodness, how can you compare the two? Now, just to let everyone know, I'm not saying Burger King is the best burger. I'm just saying it's superior to McDonald's. Personal opinion, you know.
McDonald's burger is like dry meat between two cardboard something. McDonald's isn't good. It's not even food.
So here's the trick, right? You buy your burger from Burger King, and you buy your milkshake from McDonald's. Candy cap mushrooms that taste like maple syrup. Is that a real thing, debate night? That sounds fantastic.
Did we give up on science and started with food?
No, well, no. What we're trying to establish is where we stand, because I think it'd be interesting to see you know, who shares the same kind of food preferences. Is there a discrepancy between us and the other team?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Gary. Now, are you saying you'll only eat Hawaiian pizza if there's nothing else? Oh, you're breaking my heart, man. Yeah, look, Ben H gets it. Ben H absolutely gets it.
Well, personally, I would not eat Burger King or McDonald's or any of the fast food chain garbage.
No.
I'd rather go for like a local fish and chip place than any of those two.
If they've got good burgers, though, that's the problem, isn't it?
Why would I get burgers from a fish and chip place? Doesn't make no sense.
No, we're talking about burgers.
Okay.
So the best burger I've had recently was at the Grand Junction Arms in Tring. I had a really good burger there. It was positively nice. Tring, by the way, has a natural history museum with dinosaurs in it. Just saying.
I still think that there's a lot of good burgers out there. But the fast food burgers, those aren't the ones that you want to eat if you want to have a good burger.
No, that wasn't what I was saying. I actually said very clearly that I'm not saying Burger King are the best.
No,
I just think they're slightly better than McDonald's. Best burgers at Celia Fell. Is that how you say it? Celia Fell? Is that a reasonable way of pronouncing it? Celia Fell truck stop. Next time I'm in Iceland, not the supermarket chain, I'll have to go to the truck stop and get a burger. Yeah, Five Guys. Yeah, Five Guys is probably quite good. Bit pricier than your McDonald's.
But the problem in Norway is when I go out with my family and have a burger, we go to, a place that serve good burgers. It's, 120 pounds for the 5 of us.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of money. So, Rachie, whatever you do, don't get your pizza from Papa John's. Don't do it.
And at that point, I'd rather eat something else than hamburger.
Yeah, eating out in where you are is not cheap, is it?
No.
So, Flow Rider, was my pronunciation reasonable on that? I like to pronounce things correctly. I rarely get it right, though. Yep, you're right there, Ben. Ben H gets it right again. So, if any Brits have ever seen the Rowan Atkinson TV series, The Thin Blue Line, if any of you guys remember that, there was an armed standoff at a bank in one episode, and that bank is now the Five Guys burger place in Watford. Just off topic a little bit, but there you go. You want me to try? Eafatalocal. I can't. Eafiatlayokul. Eafiatalocal. That's it. That's about as close as I'm going to get on that one. Any good? I think that's a volcano, which is still erupting. Going to get my pronunciation ripped to shreds now.
Your Icelandic is probably better than my English, so that's okay.
Your English is better than most English people's English.
No.
I'm serious. Rachie, don't get me even started on Welsh. It's that creaky. Well, that creaky blinder bloke. I can't understand a word he's saying. I was on his show yesterday. I didn't know what he was going on about. He's got a weird accent.
But that's not English, is it?
Oh. Please don't make me speak foreign languages. It will just be embarrassing. I've heard In-N-Out Burger are good. Gary, I've been highly recommended In-N-Out Burgers, so I'm going to agree with you, Gary. And I would, Gary, that is a recommendation from you that I would take up next time I go to the States. Oh, somebody popped in. Who popped in?
I think someone popped out.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the things got bigger. I remember having a burger in the States in a place on Wilshire Boulevard in LA, and for some bizarre reason, they put a strawberry on the plate with the burger. So if there are any Americans here who can explain what that was about, go and tell me why they put a strawberry on the plate with my burger. Backyard burgers debate night. That sounds really dodgy.
I was just in the YouTube, and I saw Gary Wybenga.
Yeah.
Extolling the wonders of the In-N-Out Burger in California.
I'm going to take him up on that recommendation if I go there again, just to try it.
Fine. I've had In-N-Out Burger numerous times. It's vastly overrated.
Okay. Yeah, but
And
what you
and
need
their
to
fries
understand,
suck.
but what you need to understand is some burgers are so bad over here in the UK that In-N-Out might be an upgrade.
It's an upgrade over some of the burgers I've had in pubs. Yeah. It's not an upgrade over Five Guys Burgers and Fries. There's plenty of them in the UK.
I think the problem with In-N-Out burgers, they try to put too much on the burger.
It's fairly greasy. I mean, it's like it's in my opinion, and I know that's just my opinion, and I'm not a food connoisseur like Bjorn or Gary Wybenga, but it's vastly overrated.
Greasy burger.
It's not that good.
Did you just diss me there? Was that just a...
Unfortunately, it was.
What the hell was that?
Now you've described it as a greasy burger. I am jonesing for an In-N-Out burger.
What the hell, Joe?
Huh?
Joe just dissed me like... That was a slap, Joe.
Well, personally, I try not to get my burgers from chain restaurants. Like I used to have one in my neighborhood that unfortunately went bust after the first lockdown. They used to have a couple of restaurants and a food truck, but they don't exist anymore. But they had the most amazing burgers ever. Handmade, just simple toppings, you know.
Yeah, like I say, I had a really excellent burger in a pub back in the about June, I suppose, before I went to Cornwall.
Yeah.
It was a really good burger, and the fries that came with it were excellent. It was a really nice meal. Rachie has said something wise as well. Go to a proper butcher's. I totally agree with that, Rachie.
Yeah, same here.
If you're gonna buy a steak, Rachie, get yourself a really nice ribeye from your proper butcher.
I will disagree with her statement that the States get bigger food than the UK. We have the same cuts here. In the UK, in the US, they're just greedy. That's the way I see it, anyway. I mean, well, they just want more, whereas we're just satisfied with the appropriate amount.
Yeah. But I do have this bizarre desire to go and do one of these food eating challenges they have in America, these various places. Although having said that, I would fail dismally because I'm probably the last person to clear my plate, despite being a big eater. I'm not very quick at eating, so
yeah,
I'd never get it done in the time limit.
That was kind of a thing that they tried to start here in Northern Ireland. It was that, you know, you've seen these kind of all-you-can-eat places and all these kind of food challenges. If you can eat this 20-pound burger, you get it free.
20-pound burger. Come on. Really?
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know what I mean.
I'm not being funny, but you'd actually see gravitational effects from that. You know, like if you had a 20-pound burger, your fries would be orbiting it.
What? You know what I mean, though.
Holy moly!
There were loads of places here that adopted that kind of thinking. Like, it's like, yeah, we're gonna make the biggest burger. If you can eat it all, you're gonna get it for free.
Yeah.
And then the COVID thing hit, and that was the end of that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! See, Rachie has put words of wisdom in the chat. She said, "Go to a proper butcher and get them to, you know, obviously if you're a meat eater, you know, get the piece of meat you want rather than something in a plastic wrapper." So she's on point there.
Richie, do you eat offal at all?
Have a look in VC text next.
Oh, is this stuff going to go VC text as well? I haven't.
No, I just put the picture in there.
Okay, because I've not got my big machine, so let me
Oh,
just
okay.
scroll down. I've got normally my normal setup is 3 monitors. Oh, holy moly! What? That's not. I mean, obviously,
No, I've seen challenges like that.
Yeah,
Like,
but it, with all due respect, it's not as big as it looks. It's a very forced perspective.
it's not the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, because I mean, just look how the board is, the perspective on that board there. Yeah, that's a lot of food, but it isn't actually bigger than that guy's head. Okay, it's what you do as a photographer to exaggerate the thing that you're trying to highlight. So it's a fun picture, forced perspective, isn't really that big, but yeah. But I've got to say, it does look delicious.
What about this one then? Let's see if that comes up.
I say Raichi. So offal is things like kidneys and liver, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, liver, hearts.
Hearts, yeah. People eat sheep's hearts.
The good
yeah,
parts.
like tripe.
Yeah, chitlins.
What are chitlins?
It's basically pig intestines.
Oh, okay. I've had grits. That was just
The same as pretty much the same as tripe, I suppose.
Yeah. I've had grits. That was an awful experience. That was horrible stuff.
Yeah, I think grits is like corn based though.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah.
Grits and chitlins. I've heard of that as a meal, right? That's like food that's all the same color, white.
Yeah, that's just the equivalent in the UK, I suppose, was like liver and onions with potatoes.
Yeah, good. See, Rachel's put out their jacket potato. A good jacket potato. That is quite a thing. So, okay, another question for Rachel. Do you have chili con carne on a jacket spud? Oh, not brains, no.
Just
so
answering
Gary's mum obviously must have been a really good cook, because my mother's cooking was terrible. No, I liked it when I was a kid, but looking back, it was terrible. It was really bad.
You know what? I feel the same way about my mom's cooking.
I think maybe Gary was luckier than me, because he still remembers the food being good.
Haggis is amazing.
That's what they give tourists. Scottish people don't eat it.
Yes, I do. not on a regular basis. I think it's reserved for special occasions, though. But yeah.
So, can you read the address to the haggis?
No, because I'm not Scottish.
Wait, does that mean you're not allowed to do it, or you can't do it?
I don't. No, I can eat haggis, but I don't know the address to it because I'm not Scottish.
So, that's the address to haggis. It's by Robert Burns. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make an attempt. Sorry, people. I'm going to make an attempt. Mostly it'll be a failed attempt. I won't do all of it. Ferth your honest sonsy face, great chieftain o' the puddin' race, aboon them a ye tuck your place, punch tripe o' tame, wheel your word your grace, as long's my arm. It goes on like that. So it's really hard to read out, so and obviously I'm not Scottish, so my Scottish accent is rubbish.
I don't know who the mod is, says it's called chitterlings. That's not actually correct. It's spelt chitterlings, but it's actually called chitlings.
All right. There you go. So Gary Wybenga, lucky guy.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm also sorry you're back after that last comment, Joe.
Sorry, I had to take care of something. I had to just take care of something that was more important than your hurt feelings. Your butt hurt, Bjorn. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
You're a food connoisseur.
I like food.
Yeah, you do.
Kind of enjoy it.
I don't know what debate night is talking about a hot Louisiana thing. I'm not sure what that is. So.
Oh well, you can get some. The hottest food I've ever had was blackened prime rib.
Yeah. Debate night retracted his message just after I mentioned something. So that's weird.
Hunter knows all about blackened food.
What's head cheese?
I know, that just sounds wrong.
Was that brains?
Head cheese used to be made out of the meat around the jaws of a hog, basically the head meat of the pig.
How is
So
that
it was a real-
cheese?
Well, it's not a cheese. It's actually they make it into a block and chill it, and it gelatinizes.
Okay,
and
is
then they
that,
serve
is
it
that
with a
because
cracker.
of all the gelatin in the head?
Yeah, it's
That's
because of
probably
all the
quite
fat.
tasty.
It is, and they season it quite a bit, and so it works real well with crackers and stuff like that. And that's why they call it a cheese, because you put it on a cracker or spread it on a cracker like you would a cheese.
It's like a pate, but not quite blitzed down. Like it's like a rough pate.
Right. And
hey, look, debate night's quoted a little bit more of it there. Look, but who can read out what debate night just put in the chat there?
Nowadays they generally make it out of like Boston butt, but
Yeah. I need one of the Americans to try and read out what debate night just put in the chat there.
Well, there's a Norwegian in here that can do that too.
No, but I want an American to try.
Oh, sorry. My iPad. I can only do one thing at a time.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm on a phone at work, so
We slicket Kaurin Timmers Bistio. I'm probably bastardizing this, but
What's
anyway.
that? Is that a spell from Harry Potter?
What a panic's in thy beastie, thou. Need na start a wa si hasty.
You're doing okay. It's not easy to do. Yeah.
We're bickering brattle.
What is it, Welsh or
No,
Gaelic?
it's
What relate to Norana chase the
colloquial.
wee murdering paddle.
It's colloquial Scottish version of English, basically.
Okay.
So yeah. We slick at Kaurin Timorous Beastie, or what a panic is in thy breastie. Thou need must start a wasi hasty. We bickering brattle, wad be lithe to rin and chase the wee murthering prattle. So that's murthering pattle. Sorry, not prattle. So anyway, it is really hard for us southern softies, us Sassenachs, to read that kind of stuff out. But yeah, thanks for that debate night.
You mean us cultured, educated, erudite?
Yeah, guys that run around with pants on rather than dresses.
Right.
Because that's what kilts are, right?
Dresses for men.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
Shirts for men.
slaughtered by a big Scotsman. Like Big Clive will come in here. He's actually watching quietly in the background.
So have we solved the burger conundrum?
I think the consensus is that the best burger is the one you like best.
Well, that's true.
Is anyone going to disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I think the best burger is the one you make your own.
Well, the best burger is the one my wife makes, but and don't anybody just try to dispute that.
I would
can't.
never dispute that with you, because I've heard your wife is 7 feet tall.
No, you're thinking about Bjorn's wife. My wife is 9.5 foot tall. She's one of those Nordic aliens.
Don't talk so loud. She can hear you. She have bat ears.
Well, yeah, I said my wife is one of those Nordic aliens. With 9 foot tall, long blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes.
There you go. Look, you see, Rachel and I are agreeing on things. You see, it's possible, even though we completely have opposite views on science. Well, some science. No, I don't. Rachel, we probably don't disagree on all science, just some specific science stuff, I guess.
So, what are you agreeing with Rachel?
Rachel agrees that the best burger is the one you like best.
Well, that's good to see.
Which is a reasonable thing.
Well, it's good to see that some part of Rachel is tethered to reality. So that's
come on. Well, come on. I mean,
the Earth ain't flat.
The way I look at it is, some people haven't got all the information yet.
Well, they have all the information. They just choose to ignore the information they don't agree with.
Mm. Well, it's like, look, if you go in a, let's say, I don't know, an Oriental food emporium, yeah, you may have tasted some of what's in there, but you've got no knowledge of the rest of it. Because you've seen you've seen the packet, but you've got no idea what the content means.
Are you trying to say that the meat in my beef lo mein is actually dog lo mein or something else?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, if you haven't got full experience, you might have, or for instance, you might have only had, say, Japanese food that you don't like, and I've had plenty of Japanese food that I don't like. But when you discover the Japanese food that you do like, it gives you a different view on things.
Sure.
And it may be that Rachel, so far, has sampled more of the science that we don't like. It's that kind of thing. Oh, don't drop your laptop. That's a silly idea.
I suspect Rachel is pretty good at making her own burgers, though. She seems like the type.
What does that mean? What? She's a human?
Yeah, I reckon she makes. I reckon she can make a pretty decent burger that will far surpass anything that you get in a fast food place. She seems capable that way. That's my own opinion.
Well, I guess you take your compliments wherever you can find them, but I'm not too sure about that one.
Are you saying that her science lies more in the direction of food science?
Sorry, I'm going to take this as a dangerous turn. Sorry. Yes, Rachel, but what's keeping you on the ground when you're tethered to reality?
Gravity.
Well, we can argue about her science, but she strikes me as a person that might be able to make a pretty decent burger. That's all I'm saying.
Bjorn, I'm beginning to wonder about that comment.
Wait, which one? The burger?
That Rachel can make a, it's like, why would you have the opinion that Rachel can make a good burger? I'm not going to comment. Just leave it at
Yeah.
that.
I'm just a bit upset that he hasn't suggested that I might be able to make a pretty good burger.
No, we know you can't.
I feel you don't know I can. You don't know if I can cook or not.
No, I don't know anything about you, but that doesn't keep me from formulating an opinion anyway.
Oh, okay.
I know you can probably eat a decent burger.
I'm going to say I'm pretty good at eating the foodie stuff.
Me too.
You know?
I'm really good at eating the foodie stuff. Now, what you do is you find a girl at your own age when you're 22, and then you convince her to go to school and become a chef. That's the way I went. So
yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah, but you don't need to be a chef to make a decent burger, though.
No, it helps. I'm not saying you have to.
But I was able to make a decent burger from the age of 12 years old. I mean, it's a basic. It's one of the most basic things you can make.
Yeah, but Rachie, that's an interesting point you make, except for one minor discrepancy. You see, the further up you go, the air is less dense. Why don't you fall upwards? I'm just asking because I'm trying to work it out. Remember, it's less dense in the up direction. Why don't you fall upwards?
Using that logic again.
If you have two objects in space and one is denser than the other one, and there's no gravity, if you remove gravity, what would happen? Would density alone manipulate these objects?
But you're presupposing space is a thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Whew. I'm sorry. I shall never talk again.
So I'm still looking at this posting in VC text about albino Galupini.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God! I've just seen the other burger pictures. Oh my God!
You just saw them now?
What? What the heck?
Is that the burger Rachie makes?
Oh my Lord!
That burger packs some gravity.
That's got to be CGI.
No.
No, they're real. I've seen stuff like that. I've seen. I don't want to sound colloquial here, Philadelphia. I've seen hoagies as big as those burgers.
That the middle burger. That's now. Let me get this right. Is that medium well?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I would like it a little bit pinker than that.
I like my stuff medium.
Yeah.
She's asking, or she's stating that denser things go down, and I wonder what down is.
Down is to the center of the earth.
No, shh.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but where does the direction down come from?
Yeah.
Rachie.
What's down?
It's something that acts like force.
Where's what makes down be down?
Yep. Again, if you're in space and there's nothing around you, which direction would you fall?
See, Rachie, down is a vector, right? Where does it come from? Help me out, please. I want to understand.
Well,
why is it? Sorry, Karen, sorry.
So, if someone could explain to me this international flat Earth conference that was canceled to Antarctica, and it's captured in Forbidden Antarctica, and then there's one below Exposed Antarctica. So, if you could have taken a cruise to Antarctica, how is it forbidden?
There's another thing to consider, right? How long would the ice wall have to be in, say, miles?
How come that the ice wall is lit up at the same time?
No, but how long would the ice wall have to be on that flat Earth approximate map?
I don't know, 36,000 miles.
No, it'd have to be way bigger than that because the equator's 24,000.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
Well,
flatten out the Earth, it's going to be huge. But the problem still is that it's lit up at the same time.
No,
Like it's
forget all that. No, let's just go back to how many miles would it be around the ice wall? Approximately, it'd be like more than 50. It'd be like 60,000 miles or something. Right now, if it's 60,000 miles, how many ships do you need to patrol 60,000 miles of ice wall?
It just answered your question with more density.
there's not enough military vessels, or as they would say in Norway, vessels.
No, right.
To be able to do that in the world.
Oh,
that's right. That's right. All the navies of the world would have to be deployed to enable to police the ice wall,
and it still wouldn't be enough.
Also, the problem that it's lit up at the same time.
Yeah. So Raichi has just said because it's the direction the force acts in, it can also act in the upwards direction. The relative density gives the direction. Yeah, but
She's confused you, hasn't she?
it just doesn't explain where the directional part of the relative density comes from.
It's what's called.
Yeah, this is what happens when you come to anti-sciencers. Like it does not compute.
They're trying to bamboozle you with bullshit. That's how it works.
No, I think maybe Raichi believes in relative density. Whatever. What's the other D for?
The problem is that relative density doesn't have any explanatory power why you move in one direction and not the other one.
Yeah, so if it's over 40,000 miles, Raichi, yeah, then how many ships would you need to patrol that? No. I absolutely, Raichi. I see what you're saying there. It comes from the relative density, but there still has to be something that decides which direction that is. And just saying, so if I've got two things, right, that are equally dense adjacent to each other, right, they're still just going to fall, down. They're not, or if I've got like a ping pong ball next to a lead ball, yeah, they're both going to fall down, but the lead ball is much denser than the ping pong ball. I just don't. Where does the direction come from, Rachel? I don't get it. Oh, disequilibrium. Is that what the D means? Okay.
But it doesn't agree with that map, so I guess that's over.
Yeah. But we've got maps that work. We've got maps that are actually useful. Raichi, is it possible I'm so stupid I don't get it? Is that what it is?
What is disequilibrium?
I don't know.
Understand.
I don't know.
Disequilibrium. Okay.
That's like not in balance. That means not in balance, right?
Yeah, imbalance.
Equilibrium is in balance, so disequilibrium is not in balance, right?
Yes.
So why not just say imbalance? Anyway.
So, Rachel, we've seen video of bubbles in water on the ISS just staying in the water and not moving in any particular direction. Are you going to say that's CGI? Or somehow they faked it? From uneven distribution of mass, the density of object not being the same as medium. No, actually, you can't say disequilibrium because that's not what you need to look up what equilibrium means.
Okay, they're hiding it apparently. Are they hiding disequilibrium or?
The thing is that what you're saying isn't explaining the cause.
Okay, so the air above your denser body is also dense. So there is also a disequilibrium.
Hurts my brain.
So we have disequilibrium below you and above you.
What makes you go down?
Dense.
Yeah, but Rachie, come on, you know that the vomit comet is only going to give you about 40 seconds or so of weightlessness, and yet we see these long videos of people in the ISS doing stuff for way longer than 40 seconds. How do you explain that?
CGI.
I mean, wouldn't it be much easier for NASA to say, "Oh, we don't do video from the ISS because it's too expensive, for instance, or it's too, we need those." It'd be much easier for them not to bother showing any videos from the ISS, wouldn't it? That would be the obvious thing, or just show short. But they don't. I mean, to imagine that they're spending millions and millions of dollars just to trick people with these videos when it'd be easier just not to do them, doesn't make any sense because it really doesn't.
It's uneven distribution of mass apparently.
Uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah, uneven distribution of mass.
A bit like my body shape after Christmas. Because I've had too much ingestation of excess mass.
And it's pretty uneven.
Yeah. It's all gone wobbly.
I'm gonna have you mute yourself because
I'm CGI. Oh God Almighty!
Who said CGI? Who said CGI?
Rachie.
Right. Do you know what? Actually, a lot of people that use the term CGI don't actually know what CGI means. And I see this regularly applied to the composite image of the Earth, where they say, "Oh, look at that cloud. It's repeated here. It's repeated there." That is not CGI. If you take an image of multiple photographs and fit those together, that's a composite. But if you, like, for instance, Toy Story, where there was nothing real to start with and no cameras were involved in taking the images, that is CGI. I do CGI, and I've done photography.
Well, it's very interesting.
photography paid for my house.
I mean, it's very interesting that they spend millions of dollars making these things that can fly to shoot them up into the air live. You can even see them, just to hide that they don't send stuff into the air. They could just, it's silly.
So what is Raichi claiming is CGI?
Space station, rockets, anything that goes into space, I guess.
So the SpaceX launch that happened the other day could be seen going up the East Coast on the U.S. I live on the East Coast of the U.S. So if I could see it from up around the New York area, how would that be CGI?
Yeah, see, so here's the other thing, right? They have one of those launches that comes across the Atlantic, and it's an evening launch. We get to see it in the UK sometimes, right? Is that right?
Yeah,
People
so
actually see that. We actually see the boosters and that sometimes. Is that right? Maybe not. Maybe not the boosters.
Well, I'm saying if all these launches are ditched in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Florida, why is it that we could see some of these launches when they're done on they're launching into a polar orbit? They come up the East Coast.
Yeah.
They're not ditched they don't drop them into New York City from Florida.
Yeah. This was an interesting thing that this chap said earlier, that when I was having the face-to-face with the guy, he said, show me a video of a rocket going straight up. And I had to explain to him, they don't go straight up. That's a really dumb way of doing things. What you do is you launch them generally in the direction the Earth is turning. So you've got that, that extra 15 degrees per hour into your orbit sort of thing going on. And so you go, because you're trying to get into orbit. You're not trying to just go straight away from the Earth in a straight line. That's an inefficient way of doing things.
There is a rocket that they launch straight up. It's Blue Origin, and it comes straight down.
Yeah, but that's not intended to stay up.
Well, because it can't.
Exactly.
You can't achieve orbit. You can't achieve an orbit by going straight up.
Yeah.
You're doing what's the most effective way, because you have to think about fuel, fuel and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like the other day I was in the stream for the Space Telescope. They shot up, and people were saying that they were wondering why there were no real camera there.
Right.
I mean, do these people really think these companies are going to spend millions upon millions upon millions of dollars on designing and building and launching rockets, and they're going to put shit on it just to satisfy flat earthers?
Yeah, and would they keep building these for millions upon millions of dollars just to ditch them in the sea?
Yeah.
I hate to break it to Raichi, but Elon Musk doesn't give a crap about
flat earthers.
Yeah, flat earthers.
Yeah.
That's not what he's thinks you're all idiots.
And also when he did put a camera on his Roadster, it didn't really help, did it?
No. Or the mouse running off the back of the engine, supposedly.
Yeah.
So you put a camera there and it shows reality, and it's like, that's a mouse. Yeah, sure. As the engine itself, as the exhaust nozzle is glowing red hot. Yeah, sure, there's a mouse on it. Right.
Also, they talk about like seeing bubbles come off the astronauts when in orbit, but when you look at any footage done in the practice tanks, it looks so radically different to anything when they're actually in orbit.
Yeah, the stuff people see off the ISS that's basically just ice coming off the ship. They're chips and stuff. It's not bubbles. It's not water bubbles.
Yeah, and why do they move in different directions where bubbles always go upwards due to, well, the bubbles in the tank go upwards due to relative density disequilibrium, apparently. Yes. But in space, there isn't any relatively density doodly whatnot. because the little things that float off go in all different directions in straight lines.
Well, I can't wait till they reschedule this Flat Earth conference on a cruise ship to Antarctica, because if it's in 2023, I'm gonna have to book that.
I'd go, but I'd annoy them so much they'd throw me overboard. So I'm not going.
Well, there's a theme going on here in their explanations.
Right.
You know, they try to explain stuff, but it doesn't have explanatory power. It doesn't, you know, if you remove gravity, there's no way you can make something go downwards without inventing another force.
Well, how do we stay on the? How do we stick to the globe?
Well, you know, they use relative density, which doesn't work without the force that actually moves you in a certain direction. And I use the force of gravity. You know, it's you can use that way.
Well, something has to hold you to the surface of the planet.
Yeah, but it doesn't. You know, their explanation isn't an explanation.
Well, I know it's a steaming pile of bullshit.
Oh, we have Flo Rida up there. I'm gonna check who that is.
The other thing I was fascinated by looking at this trip is they're not going into the Weddell Sea. And it makes me wonder if they think that the Antarctic Peninsula is the ice wall.
There you go.
That's
And
an interesting
I've actually
thing.
been in the Weddell Sea on the other side of the peninsula, and it's just what it is, the Weddell Sea. It's not, you know, I've been on both sides of the peninsula. It's not an ice wall; it's a peninsula. And there's some lovely penguins on an island.
So
right off of James Ross Island. I look forward to going back to. Yeah, I'd pay the 8,000, 6,000, whatever it is, euros or for that trip, just to be with just to have fun with them.
They would feed me to the penguins.
Yeah, but listen, make sure you've got a very secure way of being strapped onto the boat. Just saying.
Yeah,
because the last thing you want to find out is if you're more or less dense than the seawater.
Yeah, well, especially that seawater.
Now, the thing is that if you have gravity, it explains how the universe work. You know, why planet goes around other objects like the sun. If you remove that, you're going to have to find a totally new way for how everything works. It's not just Earth, it's everything.
Yeah.
You know, you can try to throw this out as much as you want, but it just doesn't work. You have to make a model that explains how everything else works.
Yeah.
It's like...
Oh, that's the point. So Rachel, may I ask you another question, but this time about flat Earth rather than food? Not flat Earth, but what we see, I should say. Can I ask you a question directly? May I ask you a question directly, I should have said. Oh, why is that on?
This is weird. You brought this Flo Rida in, Bjorn. Oh, okay, now he's got his...
Yeah, I brought him in. He was a person, and he said that he was going to behave. So I brought him in.
Okay, when I saw him mute his mic and turn off the audio, I thought that was odd, but paid Nance's shill.
Do that all the time.
I can bring him in.
Doesn't
Or
he have
I
a
could
guest
try.
speaker? No, he should be able to get in here.
I
himself.
gave him the guest speaker temporal.
Yeah, but I think he can get in here anyway. Oh, he left.
And he left. So is next is Rachie gonna entertain your question?
I've not had a response as yet. I'll wait for her response.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
Flo.
there's a
Can you
voice.
hear me now? Oh, awesome. Hi. How are you guys?
Okay. Flo, I'm just going to adjust your volume to me because you're a bit strong. One
Okay,
moment, please.
I can turn me down a bit. It's no
No,
problem.
it might be my settings. My settings are weird. Okay, that's
Okay.
good. They sound fine. Well, welcome aboard.
Hi there. Thanks for taking me on board.
Oh, thank you, Rachie. Okay, so right? Let's start with the moon. Do you think the moon is a spherical object? This will be a bit slow because of the time delay.
Yes, but it usually turns into a shit show when we invite them in here.
Does Dr. Bob have a Discord link posted in the side chat?
I don't know.
He has it in the video description.
Yeah.
No, they should have Rachie join us. I promise Bjorn will be nice to her.
What? Are you saying I'm not nice?
Oh, occasionally you get a little cantankerous.
Did someone else come in?
That's why we love you so much. Hey,
I
Bro Watson.
Bro Watson is on.
I think Bro Watson's from Scotland, I think.
Have we got a Scotsman in here?
Great.
I think so.
Rachie has answered someone else, I think.
Yeah. Bro Watson, welcome aboard.
We've got a Scotsman.
Now, I don't know if you heard my mangling of the address to the haggis earlier, but it demands a bit of practice for us Sassenachs, yeah?
Oh, she's answered you.
Not 100% sure. Okay, Rachie. So, if when you can see the moon in the sky at the same time the sun is up on a nice clear day, and you hold a ball up in front of you, you'll notice that the phase of the ball, in other words, where the shadow line is on the ball, will be the same as the moon. And the only reason that can happen is that the sun rays are hitting the moon and the ball parallel to each other. It kind of rules out a local sun and also demonstrates the reason for the shadow on the moon is because it is the same shape as the ball that you are personally holding in your hand. Do you have any thoughts on that? Anything that could explain that other than the very simple logic that the sun is very far away and that you're looking at two spherical objects? A simple experiment.
I mean, Rachie should drop in here. I would say. I mean, this is quite a relaxed kind of environment. You know, we're not going to shout at her.
Yeah, I think Rachel's allowed to come in, and I think she may have been in before. I'm not sure. Can't remember.
Well, that depends on if she behaved before, if or what Bob has done.
Right.
So that's if she can come in, she can come in.
But I don't think Rachel's been shouting at people or anything before.
No, I'm just thinking that this gathering here, you're all decent guys, and
well, we were decent, and then you showed up. You're one of those Celtic Highland warrior blokes that runs around in a dress
with his face painted blue.
By the way, bro, just to let you know, bro, our family has its own tartan. Just letting you know, I am entitled to wear a kilt.
Well, part of my family is actually from Scotland, so.
Well, that's what every American says.
Well, part of my family were the Campbell clan that turned in the rest of the clans to the British, so they don't like me in Scotland.
Well, there went the neighborhood.
No. Well, I'm okay for bringing Rachel into the conversation if anybody else is.
Well,
it's fine as long as she's,
Yeah.
I think Rachel will come in here and she'll beat us all up.
Yeah.
with logic and pineapple and cheese.
Yeah. She can make her case as long as she's.
Beta Orionis has made an excellent point, by the way.
And you'll have to read that out for us.
Okay, so Beta Orionis has said at Rachie 5 zeros. Rachie, if you live in the UK and spend time in Tenerife, why don't you measure the angle you see Polaris on both places? Should be exactly the difference in latitude, which is impossible in FE. I in brackets put should should be, because I think that word was left out.
It still boggles my mind that we have people right now orbiting the planet.
Yeah.
And people think the Earth is flat.
Yeah. The Google transcribe thing is really struggling with my voice. It's hilarious.
I struggle even more with mine.
Did Rachel come in?
No.
Nope.
Not as far as I know.
No, Hunter just came back in.
Hey, Hunter.
Hello.
But that thing. I mean, I frequently go travel from here in Scotland to London, and the stars. I can see it. I don't know if you know me, but I've been into astronomy for many years, and when I go to London, for instance, the stars are at much lower latitude. It's different.
Bro, much fewer of them, far fewer of them are visible in London than up in the Highlands, for instance.
Well, yeah, it depends.
Be able to climb in Earth's life.
Depends which way you look. But I mean, the southern stars are much more visible in London.
Yep.
For me.
Absolutely.
And
you know your horizon stars, yeah?
Yes. Yeah. And a much more dramatic example is that not so much in the last couple of years, obviously, but I have family in Australia when I go to Australia, and the constellations are upside down.
And also the moon is upside down.
Yes. Yeah. That's I have not.
It's a clue.
any kind of tangible explanation for the reason why that is.
Well, that's because Australia doesn't exist.
Oh yes, yeah, I forgot that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
prove it.
Yeah.
Prove Australia's there.
Yeah. Well.
And you
there's
know the
lots of-
reason that the stars rotate the other way, don't you?
Well, no. Fill me in.
It's because you're facing the other way.
Right.
As if somehow that makes anti-clockwise clockwise and vice versa when you look up. Think about that one. No, it doesn't, does it? So that's not a good reason. And that's one I've been given, that you're facing the other way. What?
I just think that kangaroos are so ridiculous that they can't exist.
I think it's the drop bears.
It's the platypus. It's the
Oh, wow.
platypus. Who ever heard of a mammal with laying eggs?
A venomous mammal.
One, yeah. With a beak. Not a beak, but what's it called? It's a beak.
A bill. A bill.
A bill. Yeah, bill. That's just ridiculous, man.
The drop bears are a very dangerous animal.
Yeah.
That was a kangaroo.
Well, yeah. Think
Well,
twice about it.
just off of Australia, they have the Tasmanian devils, and I've seen those on Bugs Bunny, and those are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They are all disciples of Satan.
Yes.
Those Tasmanian devils.
I really remember one particular time when I was in Australia. It was a couple of years ago, and at midnight, I could see the constellation of Leo, which I'm very familiar with, and it was to me completely upside down. And then I flew home to Scotland, and that night, there it was, the right way up to me.
Yeah.
And how is that? How is that possible?
In addition,
standing in a sphere.
Yeah. In addition, in I guess winter time in Australia, you look at Orion, and Orion's sword is pointing upwards.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
I mean, it was kind of well.
He's just excited.
It could have been.
Did you say he's just excited?
He saw something he needed to stab with his sword.
Oh, okay, got you. So, Rachie, the guys in the voice in Discord have extended an invitation to you to drop in and school us on the physics of not globe Earth.
I mean, this isn't flat Earth news, but I just read an article that they did a successful transplant of a pig heart into a human, the genetically modified pig. So that's interesting.
Is that to counteract the problems with rejection?
I don't know. I think it's more to try to, have to wait till people pass away to get a heart to do a transplant with. And if you can, genetically modify, pigs to do it, that's you don't have to wait for a person to die.
Isn't that old news? I mean, I'm sure I heard this story like about 10 years ago.
Well, I don't know. It was just the New York Times blast. Maybe it's successful. I don't know.
I think the new part is genetically modified to make to reduce to rejection.
Yeah, that was my suspicion that's a thing that they would need to do.
I'm still someone's waiting for a heart. And that's another,
Well,
that would be another option in the future if this is successful.
that is
Yeah, you
certainly
don't have a whole lot of people just volunteering to, hey, I'll donate mine,
No.
and then give you a timetable on when you could take it.
Well, the only problem I see is that there'll be less food for the people in England.
Oh, by the way, I found myself agreeing with SE Montreal.
In reality, hasn't come to an end.
No.
Awesome.
You find yourself agreeing with SE Montreal.
No, because he was not being unreasonable.
I quite like him, actually.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
I could easily go for a pint with
a beer. Yeah.
As long as he didn't talk about
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Couple of pictures of the drop bear in 24/7 chat live.
Oh, let's see the drop bear.
They are scary.
What did you agree with them about?
Hang on, let's see. Hang on. Oh no, he oh no, that's awful. Yeah. I think he was basically almost like moderating the responses of the other guys to allow one from the more spherical side of things to say something. So he was just being quite reasonable. I was quite impressed.
Are you talking about when he was talking with Mr. Sensible?
I think it was.
Yeah, I heard that. He can be tolerable sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. I can be intolerable sometimes.
The few interactions I've had with him, he's started to become a little bit violent, such in the end.
Sorry, did you say vile or violent?
Vile.
I think that's probably a bit extreme to say that. I think the word is perhaps overly enthusiastic.
No, I would go with my word.
Okay. Yeah.
In the few interactions I've had with him.
Yeah.
I've known SE ever since Sean G used to have his live streams. And like a lot of the things that he talks about is, I mean, he's a person that he'll probably be a fly earther for the rest of his life, no matter what evidence you show him.
Yeah.
Like the guy literally thinks that I made a video about him and his observation of he was looking at the sun and it was a new moon, and I guess he thought that we should be able to see the moon through a solar filter while looking at the sun.
What?
Yeah. He's looking at the sun, right? And he's like, ladies and gentlemen, the new moon. And I guess he thought that we should be able to see the moon while looking through a solar filter.
Yeah, I saw that. And I contacted him through Discord and said, mate, that's I've got it. I'm sorry. But that's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, but you do know the sun and the moon are the same thing. They're just flip sides of the same planet.
Right. And it was so bad. He even brought Flatzoid down this road with him, and Flatzoid agreed with him.
That was bad. That was really bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute myself for a minute or two.
If I remember right, on that same one, he was actually pointing at the sun, which he assumed that the new moon meant that it was in front of the sun.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
would actually mean an eclipse. Not,
Oh yes,
not new moon.
it's coming back to me now. Like someone actually looked up the ephemeris for the moon, and it turns out it wasn't actually even in the frame.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, a few degrees away.
Yeah. That was that wasn't good.
And yet he doubles down on it as if he thinks that he should have seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're dealing with people like that say things like that, there's usually no hope for them. Just to continue to point.
It's kind of. It sounds a bit like sounds a bit like that time that I had a dream that I won the lottery, and I woke up still really happy that I'd won the lottery and bought a 1968 Trans Am before I realised it was just a dream. Yeah, just I don't know. You never get through to these kind of people. They have this unshakable belief, and I've spoken to loads of guys about this. Blue Marble and Bob, and lots of people. What are we doing here? And I think the purpose is to educate people that are on the fence and who have a bit of an interest. And as I say, you'll never turn a diehard flat earther.
Right.
But people who are actually have an interest and have an open mind, when you actually walk them through the science of this, then that's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, it's meant for people who don't really understand but are willing to be like, okay, yeah, I can see how that would match, a curved surface, or or how it wouldn't match a flat surface. But when you have people who are diehard flat earthers and there's nothing you show them will change their mind, then it's pretty much like a waste of time even talking to them.
Well, I do believe that the majority of flat earthers don't understand the scope of what they are proposing. So they they don't understand how much of science they have to reinvent and get to fit together like a puzzle to change the model. Because it's not just gravity. If you remove gravity, that has consequences that these people don't understand.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I think the arms and legs that flat Earth has grown is in consequence. If you say that the Earth is flat, then that has very, very severe consequences. And it's just kind of like trying to plug holes in the dam that's trying to overflow after that. And you have to make up excuses for all the consequences that happen after you say that the Earth is flat. Yeah.
And the one thing that I always kind of go to is like once you go there, then things like the sun, right, would have to be a lot smaller than the Earth in order for the Earth to be flat. It would have to be a lot smaller, and you know, and if it was, we would be able to figure out exactly how high above the surface the sun is. Like take Gary Wybenga for instance. Like I've been going back and forth with him in Discord and DMs, and I sent him a video showing how he was wrong in one of his videos, and he comes back and told me it was pathetic. Now, the video he showed me was I guess how Polaris would drop in the sky depending on the distance from it, and like he's forgetting that in his graph that he created, he's not addressing the actual altitude of that Polaris would have to be above the surface of the Earth. Like if like let's say for instance if Polaris was, I don't know, 5,000 miles above the surface of the flat Earth, then we would, at a specific distance, we would know exactly what angle that should be. Like whether, you know, if it's 5,000 miles above the North Pole, I mean, at 5,000 miles away from the North Pole, it should be 45 degrees, right? I guess he doesn't understand that. He thinks that it just drops in the sky due to perspective. And I'm like, listen, man, as soon as you put a flat surface under something, now we can just use a right angle triangle to figure out exactly where it should be. You know, and it just doesn't. And then when you use a curved surface, things in the sky start to behave differently because of that curved surface.
But he actually made he in chat earlier today. He said 4,000 miles plus minus. So we have that on the record.
Okay. So that's even better. So I mean, if at 4,000 miles away, it should be 45 degrees above the Earth. I mean, I'm sorry, it should be 45 degrees above the horizon. You know, that'd be simple. But he doesn't show that in his graph. He just shows Polaris dropping, and he doesn't show a height or anything.
They don't seem to realize that perspective actually has a formula to where you could actually calculate distances to things based off of perspective.
Well,
that's just math. You know, you can't. That's just formulas. That's just math. That's not reality.
But you can confirm it with reality, which is what I've been.
Yeah, I know, but
I know you know,
but that's the answer. You know that you will get, but they don't understand having a scientific explanation that is provable, that is repeatable, and having an explanation that you have for being at the store to your wife. They think that is the same thing.
You see, this is why we have the term flare perspective. In order for all of their shit to work, they've got to have a completely modified version of perspective, with all kinds of stuff that has never actually been observed in reality.
Yeah. But they have become smarter over the years, because they used to have all these maps and all these models and stuff like that, and they got banged over the head so badly that nowadays they don't.
No, they don't believe a model.
Yeah, don't have a model. They don't have a map. They don't believe in anything, and it come to a point where it's really pathetic.
Good evening, Judy.
It's just easy for them to just dismiss everything, so they don't have a position.
Yeah, because they know if they try to actually show some numbers, or they're going to be smacked over the head. And they know that they can make two models, but they can't unify those two models. So they're going to be smacked over the head.
Yeah. It's got so stupid, especially in the last 6 months. It's got so bad that I'm starting to think, why am I actually even talking about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
It's just silly, and it when people originally when people said that flat Earth is a cult, I thought, well, yeah, okay. I didn't necessarily completely agree with it, but I think now I think that is completely true. It's a cult.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily. I would agree with that, but I think there is. I guess you could call it a cult because you have different groups of flat earthers that all think alike. Like you have the Bevs who all think alike. You have the Oakleys who all think alike. You know what I mean? So I guess you can call them.
But there's a common thing there. They have like a supreme leader that tells them what they should believe,
Right.
which
Exactly.
is basically a cult. There's
Right.
just many of
It's just a cult with different.
I would actually disagree on that one because I would disagree on that one because I've seen some flat earthers that don't actually disagree. Sorry, that actually don't agree with the likes of Nathan Oakley or QE or all the extremers.
Right.
There is a contingent of flat earthers that seem to be on their own kind of vibe, I suppose. Their own understanding. I mean, Whitsitt Gats is a good example of that because he doesn't actually subscribe to the whole Nathan Oakley QE stuff.
You must have heard of the Reformed Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, you do have splinter groups,
yeah,
but they'll believe in the same bullshit fundamentally, really.
One of my friends.
Yeah, they do, but that's kind of, for me, that's kind of saying like all Christians believe the same thing, which is not 100% true. Like, you know.
Oh, but not all Christians are cult members. But what I think that makes, well, I can't speak for all flat earthers, but the ones that I've seen, the ones I've spoken with, they've all had this absolute, belief, and they have no proof for that belief, and they let their life be guided by their beliefs. It's a small sample group because you don't speak to all the flat earthers around there, but still, it seemed to me that as soon as you go outside what is really accepted, you're going to get smacked over the head.
But would you agree that there are some out there that may not actually believe in what they're saying, but they're actually just trolling, and they're maybe
100%.
Of course.
But I don't think that's the people we are addressing, is it?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know who we're addressing, but I do believe there are some that are out there that are jumping on this whole kind of bandwagon of flat Earth for whatever reason. I mean, oh God, a good one was the guy MC Toon kind of debunked recently. The Australian dude, what's his name?
You mean outed, not just debunked?
Yeah, outed. He completely outed him. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I actually felt really uncomfortable.
Daniel Seppings.
Yes, Seppings. Seppings, yeah. Yeah, that was quite a thing, wasn't it?
That was quite a thing. Yes. Yeah, quite a thing is a understatement, but yeah.
Yeah. I think perhaps the reason that Rachie is not going to come in because she'd be super heavily outnumbered. Although I would not let what's the word for it? Even though I'm not a mod, I would definitely stop anybody from over speaking and all that sort of stuff, because obviously we've got to be polite to each other.
Yeah, I would actually like to have a conversation with Reggie. Not necessarily a debate, because I'm not qualified in the sciences or anything that I can kind of debunk anything she's saying.
Yep.
But I would like to have a discussion with her and as a one-to-one.
Yep.
Like
a fireside chat sort of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should organise that kind of thing as well, where it's just like a fireside chat rather than a debate.
I don't blame anyone for not coming in here if they're a flat earther. I don't blame them. It's not a comfortable place to be. We try to make it a comfortable place to be.
Yeah.
But it's no worse for them coming here. It's actually better for them coming here than for most people to go to a flat Earth.
Who was in that? Was it MC Toon with us about 10 other flat earthers in there at the same time? Was it MC Toon?
Was that
no, it was Mr. Sensible, wasn't it? And he was like just
Mr.
getting
Sensible,
continuously
yeah.
yelled at, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that was that. Yeah, he was getting yelled at, and it was actually SE Montreal who was acting as a moderator. That's it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why did he agree to that? What the hell?
Yeah.
And you know what else is funny is that as he was talking, like they kept on interrupting him.
Yeah.
Like every few words he would get out, he would get interrupted, and they would ask him another question, and then out of nowhere, like towards the end, Rakia is like, "Oh, can you stop interrupting everybody? Goodness gracious!" Like, I'm like, and I'm listening to like, dude, did you not hear the entire discussion where Mr. Sensible pretty much was cordial the entire time, and he was getting interrupted every few seconds.
Yep.
But to be fair, this channel is much more friendly to flat earthers. So the problem is that it seems like they have a problem behaving very often. I'm not saying all is always going to have a problem, but the few that we have had in here have been talking over people, haven't listened to the points that the other side has tried to make, and when they start losing, they start to become a little bit nasty.
Right. I don't think. I can't remember any time ever having a cordial conversation with a flat earther. I mean, maybe if I think hard, I can probably think of a few, but not recently.
As I was saying earlier, I actually had a face-to-face cordial conversation with a flat earther this evening in actual real life, and neither of us got heated. I mean, there was a bit of the he did talk over me a few times, and I just waited him out, until he ran out of steam. And then I just carried on. But yeah, we had it must have been half an hour nearly, and no punches were thrown. So it is possible. If any punches were thrown, I would have been running the other way, because I don't do fights. So.
But yeah, there are the occasional flat earthers that don't actually subscribe to that whole kind of Nathan Oakley kind of nonsense,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with them 100%. Like I said, Rachie is one of them. Wizard Gets It is one of them.
Yep.
There are a few others that don't actually subscribe to that kind of Nathan Oakley nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean I agree with them 100%, but at least they're not into that whole nonsense of hate and vitriol and just like disgusting language, you know.
But if any one of you sets up a discussion with or a talk with Rachie and she comes in here, I can just mute everyone else and we can sit and listen. That's not a problem.
Yep.
You know, it really isn't a problem as long as people behave. And I've muted Globers here before.
Yeah.
And I treat them the same.
I mean, I would love to have a discussion with like a flat earther like Rachie or somebody else. Who else comes to mind? I don't know actually at the minute. Like,
PJ CNET.
Yeah, PJ CNET.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a debate. I'm not really good at debates, but maybe just a discussion.
But debates isn't about being right or wrong. It's about scoring points.
Yeah, I don't want to be scoring points. I just want to have a discussion with somebody on that side. I don't know how you could work that in the way it kind of makes sense to the general public. Without it sounding like a debate, I suppose.
I'm just wondering what the people that were walking past us to go and get their groceries this evening were thinking about these two grown men discussing whether the Earth was flat. Were they looking at me thinking, why is he defending the globe? Why doesn't he just walk away?
Well, I would be one of those. I don't think the globe needs defending.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
It can stand on its own legs.
No, I just say we don't need to defend the globe. We need to be presented evidence for a flat Earth, and that's something we never get.
Exactly.
You know,
because
we get screamed at. Go on, Karen.
They tried to use the science that we use to defend the globe against us, without understanding what that means. It's a really weird situation. Like it's crazy.
I did the Eratosthenes experiment 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it because of YouTube. I did it because I was doing a science course, a physics course. And it was one of the things that came up, and I thought, oh, I'm going to try that myself. And so, yeah, it was quite good fun.
Did you prove the Earth was flat?
I proved that my maths isn't very good, and I was off by 10%. But it still didn't. It was still round. It was just not the right measurement, you know. But yet, the problem that you will often get is, oh, it wasn't exactly right then, so it's completely wrong. You know, at which point you face palm, because how good is a ruler anyway? But yeah, it's good fun to actually do some of the experiments that were given. Like a classic one is to just plot the course of the top of the shadow of a pole, for instance, during the day, by dropping pebbles on it. And then as the day passes, you know, obviously you're doing other things, but you just keep dropping pebbles on it while you're working in the garden or whatever, and you suddenly realize that the course the tip of the shadow takes is a straight line. Well, how does that work if the sun's going around in a little track? You know, how can it cast? You know, how can the tip of the shadow always be a straight line?
How do you get seasons?
Exactly. All these things, they're simple things that people can do, which absolutely disprove the sun going round a little circle. And the other thing is, why don't people see? You know, we see sunspots. Why don't some people see the bottom of the sun and people see the back of the sun? No, we all see the same side of the sun with the sunspots on it.
Yeah, that's what I'd say about the moon as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why don't we see the bottom of the moon?
You know, at
The,
that time when the sun is above me, that means someone else somewhere else should be seeing a different side of the moon.
Yeah, you're right. Totally. But we don't see that. And then we get told it's a luminary. That's the only way they can explain it.
the one thing I like asking flat earthers is how do they explain tectonic plates on a flat Earth?
The same way as on a globe. That's the answer.
Yeah.
No. Actually, it's like, how do you explain it on a globe? That's what they always ask. How do you explain it on a globe? And then I'm like, that's not what I'm asking. How do you explain it on flat Earth?
That's just one of those questions that they don't really answer. You know.
Yeah.
Or how does the sun wind up at eye level with the horizon? I mean, how is the horizon cutting off half of the sun?
Yeah.
Is it perspective? Is it? I mean, is the sun going into the water? I mean, that is a really obvious thing.
Yeah. How during the summer in the northern hemisphere, when you're in, say, England, where you are north of basically most of the United States, and therefore well north of the Tropic of Cancer, why does the sun rise north of east and set north of west? How is that possible if the sun is going around restrained by the tropics?
Right. See, again,
how is that possible?
There's so many of those questions that are asked that never get, or they get answered, but just with off the wall answers like, oh, it's perspective, or oh, it's because we don't know what's going on in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Or stuff like that.
Well, I have stopped interacting with them face to face, or on voice chat, having a discussion if they can't produce a model that they actually believe in.
Yep.
If I can't test their claims in any way, if they can, it's like having a debate with a religious person that always say God did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's an impossibility to test and try, and the point, there's no point anymore having a discussion.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to model things that we see in reality on a small scale, whereas things on flat Earth can't be modeled on a small scale at all. I mean, you can, but it just won't match reality.
How does the close small sun light up exactly 50% of the Earth?
How does the Antarctic experience 24 hours of daylight?
Yeah.
And there's a channel that I found. The guy literally films the 24-hour sun like every other day.
Yep. And every other night.
Yeah.
It's nighttime, but the sun's up. So we should actually say it's nighttime hours, but it's still daytime.
Right.
And then there's
Go ahead.
And then there's why is the shadow of the Terminator wrong if I'm on a flat Earth? I live in Nevada and I have a lot of really clear skies that I get to see the sunset, and then I get to see the eastern sky where the actual Terminator starts to rise. That Terminator is always dome shaped, whereas if convex, concave, I keep getting those two terms confused.
Convex
So
is bulging
Earth,
outwards, and convex, concave
it's convex.
is the other way.
I see
Think of cave.
convex, but if I'm on a flat Earth, it should be concave.
Without revealing your actual location, which part of Nevada are you in?
I am northeast of Las Vegas, about 90 miles.
I was in Vegas once. Well, I've actually been 3 times, but I was in Vegas on a particular occasion where it rained 4 days in a row.
Once I was in Las Vegas 3 times.
And I was told it never rains in Las Vegas.
And we heartily thank you for bringing the rain with you.
I do have that effect on climates. Yeah, I do bring bad weather with me.
You should move there. They would be thrilled.
Yeah. I was actually attending a convention at Caesars, and the convention center roof leaked. That's how much rain there was.
Tain't nice when Mother Nature disagrees with you.
Yeah, and we went to the canyon. I think this is in April. We went to the canyon, and there was snow at the top at Bright Angel Lodge, freezing cold, and then we walked down the trail, and by the time you were 100 meters vertical into the canyon, you had to take your jacket off. The difference in temperature between being in the canyon and at the top of the canyon was immense. It's fascinating. And just to say that the canyon was not cut by water during a flood event.
That's the joys of being in a dry desert climate, though.
Yeah, I
Temperature
got to
drops
say,
tend to be rather severe and very quick.
yeah, I do like the desert. That drive out on that road from Vegas out to the canyon is just awesome. Especially when the sun's setting.
I'm not built for the heat, so that would be terrible for me.
No, it's dry. Trust me, it's dry. It's dry heat.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, it really does. It makes a massive difference.
Yeah, I've been in dry heat. No, it's,
okay.
It's not good for me.
Oh, I'm a big fan of dry heat. Oh, I love it. Yeah, Florida not so much. Nevada, oh yeah, go for that.
I was when I was doing the military, it had been 50 below zero in the place where I did my military service for about 2 months, or thereabout. I don't know what that is in freedom units.
Try going through basic training and officer candidate school in Georgia in August.
Oh no, that would be bad.
This was minus 58 Fahrenheit is the temperature that we had on the coldest days there. And we had the American coming over for Joint Winter, the exercise up in Norway. They came off the plane. It had dropped down to 15 below zero, so that is minus 15. That is 5 Fahrenheit. It was still quite chilly, but I was walking around in a t-shirt with a woolen sweater over, doing service outside, and the American came out of the plane with every piece of clothing they owned on. And they just looked at me and my friends and shake their heads.
Yep. I remember having a snowball fight around the swimming pool in our swimming costumes because we've been swimming, and it was minus 10 centigrade. We were having a snowball fight in our swimming trunks. So we Europeans are hardy beasts.
Well, we had 86 Fahrenheit here last summer, the warmest. And, that was just killing me.
That's what people in America set their air conditioning on to keep cool.
It's just awful.
Yeah.
No. Give me winter compared to that.
What my friend in Florida last week, she said to me, "Oh, it's a bit chilly here. I'm in the garden." I said, "What temperature is it?" She said, "It's 75." A bit chilly.
Oh, Gary. Who's B-Ball?
Is Gary here?
No, the other Gary, the Vibanga Gary. Is B-Ball still there? Let me on Discord. No. Talk to Bob. Have a discussion with Bob about that.
Yeah.
He might reinstate you. Until that point, no.
You mean Gary Wallbanger versus the little feller?
What? Who?
Gary Wallbanger.
He's in chat asking to come on Discord again.
I then would be the little feller.
That's up to Bob, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. And Bob's busy, I guess. So.
Me and Bob agreed on my decision earlier, and if he wants to be reinstated, he has to talk to Bob. Maybe he's not listening, so I'm gonna write it out for him. Oh. I guess you like the heat, Gary Little.
Well, I've gotten used to it. I mean, I moved here from Minnesota. I'd lived in Minnesota for 8 years and was kind of used to the minus 17. Although I do have to admit that I would rather suffer a summer of 117 as opposed to a winter of minus 17.
Gary, could you just remind us of the name of the capital of Minnesota? The state
St.
capital.
Paul.
St. Paul, there you go. St. Paul.
Was that in Fahrenheit?
What, St. Paul?
No. The temperatures you said earlier.
Yeah, I've suffered or been through summers where we had 117 degrees Fahrenheit.
Holy.
And but in Minnesota, I had winters of minus 17 Fahrenheit.
Did your air condition work at that point with minus 117 Fahrenheit? Did your air condition even work, or did you just kill it? Just go boo? Oh.
Well, that would for 117. Yeah, you want the air conditioner running. No, it worked. I keep the temperature at about 73, 74, something like that, and it works fine.
Oh, that's a reasonable temperature, 73. I like that.
Guys, it's been good fun speaking with you all. I'm going to dive off to another channel now. I'm going to go and coach somebody in how to drive a Formula One car.
Well, excellent.
Okay, so bye.
Good that someone has a good life out there.
No, it's only a simulator. It's
I
not
know.
a real, so.
Have fun. Well, I couldn't live with that, Gary. That would be horrible. Can you go out when it's that hot?
Oh, yeah, you can. You don't stay out very long, but you go usually from the house door to the car. Yeah. Hopefully you can do a remote start on the car so the air conditioner is running by the time you get there.
Do you melt stuff in your car when it's that hot?
Not deliberately.
No, but I've just seen pictures when it's really hot and people forget stuff in their window, on the dashboard or something.
Yeah, that's going to happen. I mean, you got ice cream in the trunk and it's 117 outside. You get home quickly so it doesn't melt all the way.
It'll melt some plastics if you leave it on the dash of your car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. And in my case, I just don't put stuff up on my dash, period.
Yeah, I could tell you a little bit of a story. I brought my family. We went camping up in Arkansas, and we were going on a hike, a guided hike. It's one that we've been on before, but we were going on it with my son. And we got there and nobody was there. We waited for a while. Nobody showed up, so we went on the hike. And it was about a 8-mile hike down into some canyons and stuff like that, and came back up. It took most of the day. We brought a lunch and a bunch of drinks. I ended up having to carry my wife's bag and then carry my son for most of the way. But we went through the whole thing. And later that night, we got together with the forest ranger and all, and they told us that the hike was canceled because the temperature was way too high. It was they're not allowed to bring people on hikes whenever it's over 100 degrees. And I think it was 105 or 107 degrees or somewhere around that. And they said, "You didn't go on it, did you?" I said, "Well, yeah, we went on it. It was a good time. We actually had a good time on it." And they were kind of curious as to where we were from. Said it was we told them we were from South Louisiana, and they said, "Oh, no wonder. We're used to the hot the wet heat. So that dry 105-degree heat was not a big deal for us, but they're not allowed to take people on guided hikes whenever it's that temperature."
Just amazed you didn't catch fire.
Well, and then my son walked the majority of it, and he's got a heart defect. So
I would walk a little bit of it, and I would have a heart defect. That's how that would work.
Yeah, it's just what you're used to. But it makes a big difference too if you were tent camping versus camper camping. The campers have air conditioning in it, so when you come out from a camper and you go outside, it feels 10 times hotter than if you come out of a tent and go outside. It's just what you get used to.
You know, I'm sorry, Gary Wybanga, that I start to figure out what your problem is. I have explained to you many times now why you can't come on. So keep asking the question shows that you have a problem assimilating information. I'm just saying, I'm tired of this now. I'm not going to answer the same question over and over again. Sorry about that, guys. Continue. Have you ever been up north, Hunter, where it's really cold?
suddenly got quiet.
Yeah. That's because we're all scared of Gary Waibanga, I think.
Sitting here shaking.
Yes, terrified. All the people I don't want to interact with is because I'm afraid of them.
So, Judy, were you able to read some of those articles or check out some of those articles I sent?
I haven't yet. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
will.
no problem. I was just curious as you did, if you did.
No, but I will. But probably not tonight since it's after midnight.
It's getting
late. I'm not looking for excuses now. Come on.
Okay, I will read them tomorrow and I'll write you a report.
Awesome. Awesome. Just kidding. Awesome.
I asked you earlier, I don't think you were here. Have you been to a really cold area, Hunter?
Yeah, I answered you, but my phone was on mute.
Oh, okay.
Can't believe you're going to ask again after all of that. No, I've done a lot of work. I say a lot of work. I've done some work up in Alaska. I've been to spent some time in Massachusetts, in Worcester, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. I've spent 3 months in Chicago and had several snowed in. Well, I was stuck on the highway in my mother-in-law's van in a snowstorm where they were shutting down all the roads in Chicago. So,
what's the coldest temperature you experienced?
I was just thinking about it. I think the lowest that I've actually been out walking around in and spent any length of time in was -10 Fahrenheit.
Well, that's pretty cold. How did you deal with the cold?
That was actually very comfortable. I was in a short sleeve button up shirt with a fairly light jacket in -10.
Yeah.
But it was completely dry. All the humidity was frozen out of the air, and there was no wind. I'm sure if there was a wind, it would have gotten pretty cold pretty quick, but it was not terrible. I got way colder whenever I got back to Texas, and it was 40 degrees and rainy, and I was way colder then than it was at -10.
Yeah.
I got a chill that I just couldn't shake it. You know, I couldn't get the chill out.
Yeah.
When 40 degrees and rainy, then -10. So.
Yeah, but rain and that's 4 degrees Celsius. That is that's not a pleasant day.
We would also get a lot of Canadians that work for us. They have a lot of survey schools up in Canada, so they would come down and spend a year or two working for us, and they would get their experience. They could work offshore and get a lot of experience really fast, so they could get their license fairly quick. So they would come work for us for quite a while, and we would get a lot of them to come down. Some of them would come down and not expect it to get very cold because they would see the temperatures. Shoot, 40 degrees is rarely gets below 40, and they're usually outside in short sleeves and shorts in 40 degrees. But then they get up down here, didn't bring any cold weather gear, and they end up coming regretting that and having to go buy buy something, because 40 degrees and rainy is cold no matter where you're from.
Yeah, the coldest I felt was when I was in Greece, and there was really hot days, and they didn't have any heating in the room that I was sleeping in. And in the beginning, it went well, but as I started to get used to the warm weather, holy shit! With a very, very thin blanket, and it was terrible. But it was really warm in the days, so I guess that's the difference.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things too that's a little different here is that we may get a morning where it's in the mid to upper 30s in the morning, which is fun. We'll the Canadians would normally, especially the first year Canadians, would come in and they'll have their layers. They'll have their undershirt with a sweatshirt and then like a hoodie and then a coat on top of that whenever they walk in the morning. And then they would walk through the door, and the first thing they'll do is start peeling off layers and putting it on the coat hanger by the door. Whereas all of the locals, they walk in and they're wearing short sleeves, even though it's 30 something degrees outside. And they would usually one of them will ask, "Why do y'all come in like that?" And we'd say, "Because we know that by noon it's going to be up to in the 70s. You know, it's going to be 30 degrees when you come in the morning. All you got to do is walk from your car over to the building. That's not long enough to get cold. And then you walk into the building, you take all of that off. And now you got to carry it back whenever you leave in the afternoon because it's too hot to wear." I need to go pack up my computer. I'm going to mute for a little bit, but I'm listening.
Okay.
I've heard Finns say that they don't want to go to Greece in in the wintertime because it's too cold. Because there's not heating inside.
Yeah, this was at night. In the day, it was very good and hot and was really nice. But in the evenings and the night, it just got cold.
I've never been in the Mediterranean area.
It was nice. I like the buildings. I don't like to lay on the beach. So I like to test out the food and look at the architecture and stuff like that. That was more interesting to me than laying on the beach for 8 hours a day. Well, you've been many places, haven't you, Judy?
A few places, but like I said, I've never been to Mediterranean.
Yeah, but you traveled.
Yes. Certainly not as much as Joe.
No, but no one has traveled as much as Joe. Joe is a worldly man. He's been all over the place.
I've been on quite a few places, but they're generally just latitudes and longitudes, not actually locations that you would recognize.
Yeah.
Week in the Bahamas scuba diving and saw dry land for half of one day.
Yeah, I've been on jobs for several weeks where there was no dry land for hundreds of miles.
It's kind of that is a weird experience to go out and not see land at all. It's a strange kind of feeling, at least for me.
Oh, get used to it fairly quick, though. I mean, your whole world is all right there on the deck of that boat.
Yeah. The worst thing was on a Viking ship that moved a lot, so much in fact that even I got seasick.
Viking ship.
Yep. That's my worst experience out to sea. I think I linked it here once. I got a lot of respect for the people that actually cross the oceans with these things. I don't know if you can do it anymore, but you used to be able to go on trips on these things. From places like Sandefjord in Norway. I don't know if that is an option anymore.
How far have you been off the Norwegian coast?
How far out?
Yes.
I don't really know. I really never thought about it when we did it. So back then I was in 17, 18, 19 years old, thereabout. And, you know, the distance wasn't really on my mind. So, but far enough out that you can't see land.
I just wondered if you were out far enough to be over the continental shelf.
I'm not sure. All I know, you couldn't see land anymore. If it was today, I would have asked myself that question, but considering I was that
I don't know if you guys are still there, but I heard what you were talking about before. The continental shelf. It depends very much on exactly where you are. But I've worked at sea beyond the drop off of the shelf.
When you crossed continental shelf, did you notice a change in the color of the sea?
No.
Because I was stationed off Georgia in the U.S. and the water would drain from a swampy area, and it was quite brown. But when we went across the continental shelf, it was a very dramatic change to a really icy blue color.
I think it's maybe different here. The water gets very, very clear. Like far before you reach the continental shelf. Because we've got the Gulf Stream. I'm in Scotland, and even just in the Western Isles, within sight of the mainland, the water is gin clear. It's maybe a different thing.
Did you notice a sudden change, or was it gradual?
I couldn't say. Because the place where I worked was so you have the mainland of Scotland, and you have quite a wide passage called the Minch. So you can kind of, if you're on the outer Hebrides, the sort of outer islands of Scotland, it's quite a vast stretch of water. So it's not really comparable, I suppose, because it's not really like a definite coastline where you've got water sort of going outwards to the continental shelf. It's interrupted by islands. There was no sort of definite kind of demarcation or like a gradual clearing of water. It's just not like that here. If that made any sense.
It was just very dramatic in the area that I saw.
Was it like a colder area of water?
I don't know what the temperature changes were. It's just when we got across into deeper water, there was quite a definite color change.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if it was like if you went from shallow water to very deep water. I have seen difference in color, but I haven't seen it personally. I have seen it in movies and stuff, like documentaries and stuff.
I mean, in my experience, it's it's got much more to do with the action of waves and stirring up sediment near the shore. So you have a lot of particulates in the water near the shore, just because of wave action.
Well, also there's, if I understand this correct, I might be wrong on this, but as I understand it, colder water is more nutrient water.
Oh yeah. But, well, yeah, it's very difficult to pin down because I mean the typically where I am, the water is very, very rich in plankton.
Yeah.
You know, and it's, you know, I mean, is it plankton or is it something else? You know, it's really difficult to say.
Maybe we have someone out there that can actually shed some light on that. Someone that knows. This might be a myth that I've heard, but I think they said that it's more oxygenated and has more nutrient in it. But I might be
wrong. What water are you talking about?
Like ocean water, like cold ocean water.
Yeah. It's I imagine that's probably true. If the water is sort of like virgin water, if you like, and is pretty much void of life, then its oxygen content won't be sapped by life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm no expert on it. I'm just something I recall from a long time ago. So someone else has to come up with some
we get.
information.
I mean, in Scotland, next to the right, like at the shore on the west coast, the water is completely completely transparent a lot of the time, like absolutely crystal clear. You know, so it's quite scary actually sometimes as a diver if you drop off a boat in like 30 meters or like 100 or so feet of water. It's so clear that you actually get vertigo because you can see the bottom so clearly. It feels like you're in danger of falling to the to the bottom of the ocean. So
To be a place where you would lose control of buoyancy.
well, it just seems that it just seems that you can see the bottom so clearly that you forget that you're in water, and it just briefly feels like you're in danger because you're going to fall to the seabed because there's nothing. It seems like there's nothing between you and the seabed, like you're in air, almost. But you soon switch on and tell yourself it's fine. But it's quite. I think perhaps because it's quite unusual to have that kind of visibility. But sometimes, honestly, you can see for a very, very long way. Yeah.
Just wondering, I've dived scuba dive, but I've never been, assisted by a bottle on my back. I was just thinking, when you get down deeper and if it gets dark, isn't that very confusing?
No. Well, I suppose it is initially, but I suppose like most of the time, diving in Scotland, I'm a former commercial diver, construction diver. Most of the time, you can't really see very much at all. When in construction, you are destroying your visibility by like pouring concrete or whatever.
Yeah.
And you get used to not being able to see anything at all.
But then you have some sort of solid object that you can touch that, this is down.
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of, like a void and it's a little bit dark, can it be confusing what's up, what's down?
Yeah, that's happened to me many times. It's if you have nothing to as some kind of baseline, it's even if you're an experienced diver, it's very difficult to actually keep a hold of what is up and what is down. And I remember one time in particular that I was kind of skydiving down to the seabed, and the seabed hit me on my right hand side. So I thought I was going down, skydiving, and I was fully 90 degrees off the way that I thought I was going. That's quite a head spin.
It's almost like gravity is important to know what's down.
Yes, it is. But yeah,
You work a lot with surveying?
Sorry?
Did you work with surveyors to actually track your locations and stuff like that? Because I worked a lot with divers, tracking them with sonar, guiding them to locations and to be able to find stuff.
No, I never did that. It was all just. It was the stuff I did was just pretty kind of brutal construction, power tools, welding. I didn't ever do anything like that.
Did you do saturation diving?
No, that was the next step in my my career. But the thing that stopped my diving career was having children, basically. And I thought I shouldn't be doing this anymore, and I stopped. That was I stopped. I stopped diving about 2 months or 3 months after my eldest daughter was born, and that was that. that heralded the end of my diving career. I just couldn't do it anymore. But yeah, I was. There's four stages to the diving qualifications, and I had 3 of them. In my head, the natural progression was to do the part 4. But I bowed out before I did it, which is probably a good thing, actually. I did some of the
few jobs you could start at the top and work your way down.
What's that?
It's one of the few jobs where you start at the top and work your way down. Start as a tender, right?
Well, no, I didn't start as a tender. I started. My first experience with diving was being like a holiday diver, and my brother lived on the West Coast, and he came to visit one day, and he said, "Oh, there's these guys diving for shellfish, and they're making a lot of money. What do you think? You've got to pay like £2,000 to do this course, and then you're qualified, and then you can actually work as a diver." And I was in a shit job at the time, and I thought, well, fuck it, yeah, okay. So I did that for quite a few years, and then I went into. I did the surface supply construction courses, and I worked in that for a few years. But it was dangerous as fuck. It was really fucking bad. When my eldest daughter came along, when she was born, I thought, I don't think I can do this anymore. So I gave up. When I really do think that was the best thing to do. Yeah. So
we had a problem with a lot of North Sea divers when the oil industry came up. They suffered the after effect many years later.
Yeah. When I've lost almost as many friends through suicide as I lost on the job. Yeah. Not to bring the conversation down. But it's a fucking serious it's a serious business.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a very, very serious job, and it takes a lot from you. It takes a lot out of you, mentally and physically. But you really need to park your mind's natural fight and flight response. You need to just get rid of that altogether and push it to the side. And that's not good for you. I don't think so, anyway.
Certainly isn't. No, it certainly isn't.
No, it's not. And it comes back. And it comes back to bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
So it's not a good thing to. It's not a good thing to do to yourself. Because I mean, all the say, well, fucking hell, I'm talking about it now. All of the guys that I worked with were basically shitting themselves, and they put it to the side and just went ahead and did the job. They were shitting themselves, and I was too. And that's, to do that as a job, like day after day, to deny your sort of body's sort of like natural fear. It erodes something, and it's not good for you. You know, and when you come out of it, it's a bit like war, I would say. But I've never been to war. I'm not a soldier. But I've got a lot of friends. I've got a couple of friends who are ex SAS, and I've got a lot in common with them. And in fact, one of them said to me once, we were sharing sea stories. This guy's a Falklands, Bosnia veteran, and I was telling him about something that I did. And he stopped me and said, John, for fuck's sake, that's insanity. That's insanity. You'd never get me to do something like that. And I was kind of surprised. I think, but you just told me that you single-handedly stormed a tank just armed with a pistol in Bosnia. And he said, yeah, but I'm not fucking insane. And yeah, I suppose it was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Hey kids, don't go commercial diving. That's the message.
Well, I think that you know, this guy storming a tank, I think he got used to it. You know, that kind of situation. And that maybe you got used to being on the water, even if I bet both of you were kind of scared. But it was something that you had trained for and got used to over time. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't want to do any of that. You know, do the kind of diving you did or storm a tank. But I don't have training, or I haven't, you know, started with baby steps or anything like that.
Yeah, you get it's a funny thing. I mean, it's kind of natural that if you do something really dangerous the first time, and you're really aware that it's very, very dangerous, and then you know, you survive, and you do it again, and you survive again. You know, and repeat and repeat, and you get sort of lulled into this. You know, that you get desensitized.
Yeah.
And then you end up doing it every day. You end up every day doing something that used to scare the shit out of you. And you do it again and again and again. But then, you know, when I look back on the things that I did, it honestly sends shivers down my spine. I you know, I think, holy shit, that was madness. that was you know, and somebody would almost die every week. You know, it was, and people did die.
Yeah,
people did die. You know, and you always think, well, I'm not going to die. Obviously, I'm not going to die.
Do you think something changes with age too? The older you get, the more cautious you get.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Once I was like mid-30s, 40 maybe. Yeah, there was a definite change there. Yeah.
Like you said, you got kids, and that changed it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was quite a big thing. That was what put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
The stuff that I was doing was at the time was so extreme that you can't afford to be thinking about anything else. And a couple of things happened where, like, things went wrong or whatever, and I should have been thinking fully about what was unfolding, and I started thinking about my newly born little girl instead of how to save my own life, and that's the kind of thing that'll kill you.
Yeah.
So, and I know, combined with that and the fact that I didn't want to, I wanted to be around for my daughter, and we all that year we all stopped for Christmas, for a couple of weeks, and I just said, you know what, I'm not coming back. That's it. I'm done. That's it. With no view or plan or anything about what I was going to do next. I just stopped.
I had a nasty fall 7 meters into the pavement, and my next job was building industrial gates. The tallest one was about 18 meters, I think, for a company that made sea cranes. And the way I got through it was just not thinking, focusing on the job and not thinking about the dangers. They were still there, of course, but focusing on what I was actually doing. I don't know, if that was something you did.
Yeah, I that's kind of that's basically what I did. Just focusing exactly on the job in hand, and making a big effort not to think about the actual kind of danger that you're in. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you let that, if you start thinking about how dangerous it is, it's harder to go back to work.
Yeah. Well, it's a horrible horrible thing with diving is that it costs a huge amount of money to become fully qualified. So you end up getting a lot of guys that have paid a lot of money, and they've maybe some of them have almost bankrupted themselves, basically, to put themselves through the course, and then they end up on a job, and I've seen this many times. They get on the job, and they realize the reality of the job, and it terrifies them. But they don't. They think, well, I've got to go through with this. It's almost like I've got to go through with this death sentence because my terror is going to kill me, but I've still got to fucking do it. I've seen that so many times.
What is usually the coping mechanism when you're not working?
What's that?
What kind of coping mechanisms do these people have when they're not working?
There is none. There is none.
The ones I dealt with were basically just the wildest, craziest people on any particular job. They live 90 to nothing. They're the first ones at the bar and the last ones to leave. They'll walk around the boat buck naked, without a care in the world. If you want to know who the diver is on a particular job, you look for the person that is totally out of control, and that's usually with the divers that I dealt with.
Have we met before?
Possibly. I've primarily dealt with not around California, but northern West Coast and in Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, yeah. It's a strange thing that happens to you. But you know, if you work in a profession where you regularly almost get killed, or you know that what you're doing is just about to kill you. It puts your whole life into a different perspective. All the things that most people think are important just fade away into nothing, and you just become a bit of a lunatic. You sort of disregard kind of as I say, all the things that people normally think are really important, and it kind of gives you a bit of a kind of a reset. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it completely changes your perspective.
I've worked with several types of divers. The ones I worked with the most were the oil field, the marine construction divers that actually will work on the oil rigs and stuff, pipelines, oil rigs, and that sort of thing. There's also the ones that'll do the confined spaces. They'll dive in these tanks full of all sorts of gunk and in these confined spaces. And then we also work with body recovery divers. Body recovery divers rarely last more than 3 years. That to me is probably the worst one out of all of them, because they go in there, we have to guide them. We can find us some bodies with sonar, and then we have to guide the diver over to the body with sonar, and they have to recover. It doesn't always come up in one piece. It's that they're right in the middle as it just breaking apart in the water. They're in the middle of it, and surrounding them. That's that plays on them pretty hard, and they don't usually. They do it for several years, train somebody else, and then they get out and do something else.
Yeah. I was on body recovery but I was when the shit hit the fan, I was on my time off, so I wasn't I wasn't actually there, and I'm really glad that I wasn't there. There were some kids, so yeah. But yeah, that's awful. Sorry?
Well, that was Joe's lovely wife in the background. I think he forgot to mute. Just keep going.
Yeah, I was. We get really severe weather in the west coast of Scotland, and there was a family were going across a causeway in a car, and were washing the sea, but my dive team had to recover the bodies. So a whole family. But it was, I mean, like really, thankfully, I wasn't there. So hats off to the guys on the team
How much
that were.
that went out on the internet?
Almost nothing, Joe.
You sure?
Yeah, just 2 last words.
What were the last words?
I think $1,000. That was it.
Somebody just talk to themselves.
No, it was just 2 words from that
I
went
didn't.
out on the internet.
I didn't hear very much. I didn't hear anything. But yeah, the body recovery.
Well, I hope you like your new role.
Yeah, I do.
Body recovery is obviously it's not. It's
He
not
has a
very
role
nice.
too.
Can't you hear? Oh, you can probably. We have a technical difficulty. Joe, you can't hear one of the people speaking in here, I think.
No.
No.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Lima Charlie.
Now I can hear
Yeah.
somebody now. What did I miss?
Oh, it's just Watson talking about diving and stuff.
No, but you said, could I hear something? Was I talking over somebody?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, I should. I I always feel like I'm just being a bore, recounting all this stuff, and you should probably be hearing something a lot more interesting.
I find it interesting.
I find it interesting, and I applaud you for talking about it.
Yeah. I've spent the last half an hour asking you questions about it, so.
Yeah, I don't talk about it very much. It's kind of strange because it's like it's like a I've got these disembodied people on the internet who aren't actually with me, but I can talk to about it, and it's much easier to talk about it because I don't talk about it day to day to the people that I live with. It's strange.
We give you a place to vent, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's good actually. I really wasn't expecting to be talking about this when I joined tonight, but here we are. But yeah, it's not saying as we're just talking about it. We won't linger on it, but it's not straightforward to put a body into a body bag underwater in zero visibility. You kind of got to imagine what you're doing.
Yeah. Just so, like, it's fine to talk about this, and it's very interesting. But as long as you don't keep, you have to keep the names, considering we are on the internet, so we can't mention any names here.
Oh no, I didn't. I don't know their names.
No, I'm just saying that maybe you slip up. That's the only thing that I think is could possibly be bad. As long as you don't do that, you could basically talk about it as much as you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, my only fear is that I'm boring.
You are not boring.
But yeah, it's almost like because you've got, not to take away from like soldiers, there's but there are thousands and thousands and thousands of soldiers, warriors who experience really life-changing circumstances and lose friends but as a commercial diver, there's very few of us, and it's a similar. Well, it's a kind of a similar kind of thing, and it's nobody really knows about it. And if you say to someone, yeah, I'm a commercial diver, people have no idea. No idea what you're talking about.
Is there any support groups and stuff like that for this where divers can talk to each other?
There is on the internet, but I haven't found any I've not found any use for that. But if you would you like me to just fucking tell you the shit that really bothers me? Would you like to hear?
Only if you want to talk about it.
Well, this is quite grim. I mean, it's quite disturbing. If you don't mind, I'll tell you. My best friend. This isn't a singular incident. This kind of thing has happened quite a few times. My best friend, Jamie Dugan. He was in a job. I think you call it the Nigerian Gulf. You know, so like on the west coast of Africa, that like where Africa like hooks around. He was diving there, and we trained together and worked together, and they were doing diving practices that were outlawed in the North Sea years ago. And it's called Surface O2. It's called. So you dive to the point where you're definitely going to get the bends if you come up. But what you do is you just come straight up and get into a recompression chamber on the surface and get pressed down and breathe pure oxygen. It's dodgy as fuck. But anyway, so he was doing that, and they were doing singular dives. So there's just like one diver in the water, quite deep, and this guy had some kind of problem, and just started screaming that he had a problem. Something went wrong, and he just started screaming, "I can't breathe! I can't breathe! I can't breathe!" And he started crying for his mother. "I can't breathe! I can't breathe! I can't breathe!" And I mean, it's horrible to think about, but he was screaming, and eventually, it went dead. So did he. and they jumped the standby diver to try and go down and get him, because you've always got a standby diver to go down and try and assist a diver that's in difficulty. And I mean, the job of the standby diver basically is not to save the diver; it's to bring out the dead diver. If you're completely honest about it. So they brought out the stricken diver, and my friend Jamie, we should say actually, on every dive team there has to be a dive medic, and Jamie was the dive medic, but he had also dived that day. So when they got the guy out, and he was pretty obviously dead, and they put him into the recompression chamber, and you can't put a person into a recompression chamber alone. So Jamie, being a dive medic, had to go in the chamber with him, but because Jamie had dived already, this counts as another dive. And just the way it works is that Jamie had to do the same therapeutic recompression schedule as the guy that was that got fucked up. And so Jamie tried to resuscitate the guy in the chamber, and that didn't. It was pretty obvious. The guy was fucked. And then the recompression schedule lasts for at least 6 hours. So my friend had to sit inside a very small capsule with a corpse for 6 hours. And it really had a bad effect on him. Is anyone still there?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
And he came home, and he I didn't know about this, but he went home and he said he tried to describe this to his wife, and she said, "Oh Jesus, stop, please don't talk about that kind of stuff. That's horrible." And so he didn't. And he talks about it to me. But sadly, sadly, my best friend Jamie took his sorry took his own took his own life 3 years ago. He was an amazing diver. He was an amazing man as well. He was the best of us. But
I don't know
yeah,
about the rest of you guys, but Drew Watson's dulcet tones is making me very relaxed. Keep going. I'm chilling out here.
yeah. But he was yeah, he was my best friend, and he wasn't able to adequately tell the people that he loved the shit things that had happened. You know, kind of got shot down.
You think I could just imagine if someone I loved came home to me and told a story like that, and I knew they were going to go out and do it again. That might, must have been hard on his wife too. I don't know.
I think it was like that. I think I kind of knew. I kind of knew his wife. It simply was just. Oh my God, that's awful. I don't want to hear about that. I mean, fucking, if you're married to a commercial diver, then that's and it happened before as well. Me and Jimmy were on a job in England, south of England, and a similar sort of thing happened. And yeah, she just didn't. She didn't want to. She was like, "Oh, I don't." This is like fucking really cynical. But my take on it was like, yeah, I'll take the money, but I don't want to hear about how fucking bad it was. So, but it's yeah, so it's a really difficult career.
I might have missed it, but did they ever find out what happened with the original guy?
The guy that died in Nigeria.
Yes.
The autopsy said that he died of a panic-induced stroke. He basically died because he was terrified. That's my take on it.
That's what it sounds like.
Wow, that's a shame. I had a friend do that, something very different, but the same result. So I know what that's like.
I'm quite sure that That's probably true.
Yeah, I was a friend of mine in law school, first year law school, which is a lot of pressure. And I was talking to him, and near the end of the year, and went out and jumped in front of a train. That was the end of that.
Yeah.
Nice guy too.
It's always the nice guys that fucking check out too soon.
Yeah, something was eating him up inside. I don't know if it was the pressure of the couldn't handle the pressure of the school and family. Like I think his dad was a lawyer, and I don't know what I don't know. I know he wasn't real. I mean, I think he didn't indicate that he had trouble with the grades, but first year law school is. I mean, they basically put you in a pressure cooker to try to weed out the people that can't handle it, or that's the theory anyway. So I think it's a stupid system, but I mean, I had a friend there that had basically had an ulcer, had to be operated on. After the first year, I don't know, 15 or 20 people dropped out after the first year. He's the only one that committed suicide by train. Right next to the school grounds, the train runs right through the university campus.
Oh, that's not.
No,
that's not good. It's not. It's fucking hell. It's not. It's not good to have a train track running through. It's a very difficult time for everyone to being in that situation.
Oh, it's a major university.
Yeah.
The train line was there before the university was there. And it's a major train line goes out to Chicago. So it's I'm not going to move the train line because a college was built up around it.
I suppose not. I suppose not. I don't know if it's available. Most of the people that I hear on this call sounds like you're all from the United States, mostly. So I don't know if you can...
just a few of us. There's some from Norway, some from Finland.
But there's a mind you might have VPN. There's like a documentary about North Sea diving, and it's called Last Breath, which is a very, very good thing about about a guy called Chris Levin, where things went fucking really, really fucking badly wrong in the North Sea, which you should have a look at if you can. Last Breath, it's called.
Is it on the BBC or is it on somewhere else?
I'm not sure. It might have been on net.
I have a VPN on my laptop, but not on my iPad.
But yeah, Last Breath. That was that's a crazy thing that happened there. And they actually, I won't say anymore. Get a hold of that and watch it.
I think the title says it all.
Yeah. Well, the guy dry drowned, which is there's obviously wet drowning, but dry drowning, which is where if you're like wearing a diving helmet, and you run out of air, and there's a fixed volume of air in the helmet, and even though you're nothing's covering your face or anything, it feels like someone has got their hands over your nose and your mouth, because it's a fixed volume of air inside the helmet. You can't physically exchange air. It's a fucking horrible experience, and that's what happened to him. But yes, it's an amazing documentary. Last Breath. I wouldn't ruin it for you. There is
Maybe you can answer a question that I've always had. We've noticed that the divers usually had the new guys would always be the tenders that actually ran the compressors and everything and tended the lines and everything for the divers. But they treated the tenders like crap. I mean, they treated them horribly all the time. Yet these guys are responsible for the air that you're breathing at the bottom, and but they would belittle them, downgrade them, and it was almost every dive crew that I've seen. I'm kind of curious. One job, one of the guys finally had enough. They pump warm water down there, and there's a pump that runs through the compressor to warm up the water, and then it's pumped down to the diver, and it goes through their suit. So he took the screen off the end of that intake for that pump to where it would suck up jellyfish and run it through the impeller and then send it down into the suit. That poor diver came up. He was in a bad shape for a long time. But yeah, he had chopped up jellyfish all inside of his suit, all over his body. And that was only because he was in a bad shape. But it was like every crew, and I'm kind of wondering if that's just a thing around here, or that's pretty standard for the industry.
It sounds like that's something that's unique to where you are, because I mean, like here, we don't have tenders. We don't have people that their job is a dive tender. What we do here is that a diver that is not diving is a tender. So the person that you've got managing your umbilical and directing cranes and whatever is actually a diver. It's one of the dive team who happens to be not diving, so it's there's no point in our operation where there is a non-diver involved in what's happening.
Well, maybe you miss the tender is one of the divers. He's usually the least experienced diver, and the only reason he's usually the tender is because the more experienced divers choose to go do the dive because they get paid more for the time they're underwater. So they get paid a lot more for being underwater, and so the more experienced ones do that. And it kind of depends on how long the job is. If it's only for a day or so and there's only a couple of dives, then that experienced diver is probably going to make the dive this day and the dive the next day, where he's going to get the primary of the pay from the job. The tender is going to the least experienced one is going to be the tender. The crazy thing is, whenever that tender moves up to where he's the more experienced one and he's doing the dive, he treats his less experienced one the same way. You know, so
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. It's kind of it's still kind of the same, but they in the UK, there's not like you don't get paid more for your time in the water. If you're there, that's it. So if you're in the water or if you're not in the water, that's you get paid. You get paid the same. So so that means that there is quite a lot of pressure on you guys to just get in the fucking water and pull their weight, which is got its which has got its good things and bad things about it as well. But everyone, there's a rotation of divers. If it's your turn to go in the water, you go in the fucking water. That can be actually pretty brutal when it comes to you guys. When I've actually, it's one of the fucking crazy things that has happened to me is I've actually had divers come to me and say, John, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can do this. Will you please do my dive for me? I can't do it. And I've done that a couple of times. Guys that just folded. And I don't think there's any shame in that. and I did their dives. I still haven't really processed what that means. But I mean, some of the jobs that I was on were just insanity. Really, really dangerous. And you got new guys, like guys that were like not long out of newly qualified, and they didn't know what they were doing. They're in over their head. They paid all this money, and probably realized, holy shit, this job isn't actually for me. But I've paid all that money, and I better do it. But yeah, it's obviously a lot different here. I mean, I know that like in the Gulf of Mexico, that divers are expected to own their own helmet, their own Kirby Morgan fucking diving helmet. That's all you need to have in the UK is well, you don't need to have anything. But everyone has their own dry suit. That's about it.
Over here, they'll almost fight to be the one to go down on the jobs because I think if you're past 1 atmosphere, they actually have a certain rate. You get a paid rate for being out there, so everybody gets paid a certain rate for being out there, and it's usually a pretty good rate. But then you get stuff tacked on. There's these bonus rates based off of if you're past 1 atmosphere or past 2 atmospheres down. Or if you have like a special skill that you're doing down there it's requiring a special skill like welding or something like that. Just mechanic work is usually just a standard dive, but if you're doing welding or gouging or something like that, it's a special skill and it tacks on an extra cost to it. So it actually makes it so that the companies, it costs more to go down and do it, but it makes it to where the companies don't just send divers down willy-nilly. They have to really need them to do something. And the divers they rarely don't want to go because they know that they're going to make they're going to make good money off of it when they do. So they'll almost come to blows on the deck if there's several of them that are have the same experience, and they'll just about fight to go down, to be the one that goes down with it.
Fucking hell.
But it makes it good for them because they're wanting to go do it. It's not something they're not wanting to do, but they're willing to do a lot of stuff that they probably wouldn't do if they weren't getting paid as much for it. But a lot of the divers I know several of them that they go in there, they'll do it for 10, 12 years or so. They'll make a fortune, and then they put up almost everything, especially if they stay on the boats all the time. They don't even have a place to stay whenever they come in on shore. They'll just bum a couch somewhere for a couple of days until they go back offshore. And they'll save almost all that money. After about 10 years, they have enough to retire on.
Yeah. I mean, You can't make that kind of money here. Well, you can not. I mean, I think you're talking about.
Yeah, this is late '80s, early '90s.
No, but I mean,
I don't think it's that way anymore.
but I mean, like in the UK, like talking about like air diving. When I say air diving, I mean like where you can just like go down and come back up, and not saturation diving. You'd make 500 or 600 pounds a day. So I don't know what that equates to in dollars.
Well, they would work to try to hurry up and become a saturation diver as fast as possible. That way they go down with the bell, and they may spend almost a week down underwater.
Well, yeah, I mean the amount that saturation divers. I mean, if you get to, I mean, that was my my career kind of goal to get to that. That was what I wanted to do. The minimum that you would make as a saturation diver in the North Sea is at the very least about £1,500 a day. Probably more, actually, about £2,000 a day, which is a lot of money. And my brother, who was also a diver, he was actually a saturation diver. He told me about this. They were on this trip once, and there was a really really critical job that needed to be done, and it was like Shell or BP or someone like that said, "Hey guys, could you just extend your trip for like 1 or 2 more days just to get this job done? And if you do, we'll pay you 30 grand." And all the divers unanimously said no. They just said no. In the face of 30 grand, because they were making that much money. Yeah, the money is quite strange to you and me.
Yeah, you had some of the ones that would make a fortune like that, put it up and save it, which is some of the ones that I know. But also there was the other ones that would come in They would make a fortune after being out for 2 or 3 weeks. They'd come in and blow it all in 2 weeks, and then have to go back offshore because they're broke.
Yeah, I mean it's
pretty crazy.
it's I've never I'm out of diving now. But there was never a point when I was diving that I thought that it was some kind of reliable income. Never. It was boom and bust, like Klondiking. It was I sometimes make nothing. It was. I mean, you can't, pardon the expression, but I mean you're prostituting yourself, and there's no kind of real. I don't know. You're not an employee, really. It's the way that it works in the industry. You're a self-employed diver, and you're just getting used. And if times are good, that's great. If not, then you're fucked. It's a really fucking difficult business to be involved with. Apart from
most of the ones I saw were their big money came from working offshore with the rigs and stuff like that. But whenever they were between those rig jobs, they would actually have a thing where they were self-employed as a diver for, and they would actually do work on boat hulls and stuff like that. They'll change transducers, change props, and work on boats underwater, stuff like that. And that's kind of what just kind of kept some income coming in between the big jobs. So they basically would live off of doing the little shallow water jobs like that, and then actually save up on all of the big rig jobs.
Yeah, I did that. One of the worst jobs I ever did was cutting a tire out of a prop of a fishing boat. It was fucking horrendous, man. With a hacksaw. Yeah, I did that kind of shit as well.
We had a boat where one of the transducer poles, the chain that was holding it up, broke. Transducer went. It was through the center and through like a moon pool. It actually went through the bottom of the boat, that's what it was designed to do. But it actually fell all the way down and stuck in the mud. They were actually in the intercoastal canal, transiting the canal, and stuck into the mud below it and bent to where there was no way to pull it up, and it was too shallow to pull it down. And they were like miles and miles from anywhere else, and they were blocking the entire intercoastal canal. So we had to get some divers down there to cut that ram. And the thing was gonna, as soon as you cut it, the rest of the ram would come down and all. So we had to come up with all sorts of things for them to undo it. And it was under pressure because it was holding up all the boat traffic in the canal. That was a pretty high pressure job there.
It sounds like you're quite familiar with dealing with diver scum.
Oh yeah, I've worked with divers quite a bit. Like I said, I work for a survey company, so we work pretty closely with the divers. We would usually use the sonars to, like, if we did a rig clearance. So they were moving a rig off a location, we would have to survey the area. And then we would actually go back and we would look with scanning sonars to see if there's anything left on the bottom. And if there is, we have to mark it and tell the company that, yes, there's stuff on the bottom, we don't know what it is. So they get really upset with us that, darn, you found something. But then they have to call in a diver to go in. And then we have to track the diver and walk them to whatever objects are left on the bottom. So they could pick them up to find out what it is and clear the bottom to where there's no debris left after they move the rig off a location. So that's just one of the many types of jobs, but that's one that we did a lot. Other ones were where we would actually put transducers, beacons on the divers' tanks where we could track their location with acoustics also.
Really, I never, I never heard of it. You can track divers' locations with acoustics.
Yeah, if you track them with regular sonar, like a scanning sonar, you're actually the sonar actually bounces off of the air in the tank and the air in your lungs. The rest of your body, it goes through fairly easily, but it'll bounce off the air in your tank and it shows up really well on the sonar. But we can actually add this little tube. It's got a little transducer on it, and we'll usually strap it to the diver's back. If they have like a pony tank or whatever, if they're running off of umbilical, or if they a standalone diver, they'll strap it to his tank. But anyway, it's usually on his back, and we can track the location of that relative to the ship above him. So we'll get the GPS position of the ship. We have motion sensors on the ship, and then we have a transducer under the ship that would send out a ping. The beacon will hear that ping, wait a given amount of time, and then respond back with a ping back. And then that ping coming back, we can determine how far away it is and in which direction, so we actually can get the latitude, longitude, and elevation of where the diver is under the ship.
Yeah. I didn't know that. But,
We do the same thing with ROVs too. We actually track ROVs the same way. So like companies like Oceaneering and well, basically all of the big ROV companies would usually hire us to go in and track their ROVs whenever there's a job that requires, or especially a big job where they have to cover an area, find different things. The ROV has its own sonar, but it doesn't know where it's at. So we actually have to track its position with our USBL systems.
well, it's every day's a school day. But listen, man, I've got to go to my bed. It's midnight in Scotland, so I better fucking go and get some Zeds. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. It's very interesting.
So with that, chaps, I've got to go, and for anyone who is still remaining listening to my nonsense, thanks very much. I'll speak.
Listening to you.
I
All
enjoyed
right.
it. Thank you for talking.
All right, man. Guys
care,
and
man.
gals. All right. Cheers.
See you later.
There's something he said. If my wife knew half the stuff I did while I was at my job, she would have a stroke. So I don't tell her most of the stuff.
Yeah.
Understand.
A lot of the stuff we used to do pretty routinely is now it's practically illegal to do now. But it was pretty common practice back in the 90s.
Yeah, thing has become a little bit stricter over the years.
So what were some of the earlier topics that I was missing earlier?
We talked a little bit about flat Earth, and we had Raichi in chat. So that went all over the place with food and flat Earth and a little bit of different stuff.
Yeah, I heard some of that. I was in and out. I was on the mill again today, so I was making a lot of noise.
And then we had Vaibanga here begging to be let in again. And of course we didn't, because we were terrified.
You big chicken.
I know. Other than that, yeah.
Question with Raichi about food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I jumped back on and I heard something about hoghead cheese. So I had to throw something in about that because I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't hear the whole thing. Now, on that article that I linked on your channel, Bjorn, about the Navy's report on the space shuttle recovery out of the Columbia recovery.
Yeah.
A lot of it was kind of concentrating on, since it was written by the military, it was kind of all military based and everything. It just so happens to mention us in there quite a few times, but it was. But they talked a lot about the divers, and actually, whenever we went out there, they didn't know if we were going to be finding bodies of the astronauts and stuff. So it originally started out with other astronauts were actually running the coordination, but I think the Navy ended up taking over for a while. But we provided like 3 boats. We provided a lot of the sonar gear, and we provided the GPS positioning and a lot of the software used for the searching of Toledo Bend. But they actually have links to a lot of the photos of one of our boats and a lot of the gear. And then they even have some photos of a lot of the data we collected.
Okay.
Some sonar imagery and stuff like that. They have side scan sonar imagery. They have the multi-beam sonar imagery, and even scanning sonar. The S1000 scanning sonars. Some of that data. And that's, if you come across it where it's the MS-1000 data, it's going to look like circles. It's going to be like a radar looking imagery. Or I think on there was a mosaic of several circles overlaid over each other. But that's the type of sonar we would use to walk divers into locations and track divers, is the scanning sonar. It does a 360-degree scan. So it's a tripod sitting on the bottom, and the head rotates around, and it does just like a radar does. It rotates around and gets an image all the way around it, very similar to underwater radar. And we could actually get it to where it'll just go back and forth over a certain sector, and we could actually track the diver real time as they walk in, and we could communicate with them through their data link, to where we could actually tell them a little to the left, keep going a little further, stop, you should be right on top of it. So, but you could see what kind of data the stuff you could see is pretty impressive when it's tuned correctly. It's amazing what you can see with sound.
Yeah.
It's my bedtime, so I'm going to say good night.
Good night, Judy.
Good night, Judy.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Well, it seems like everything has died out, so I'm gonna go and sleep too.
Come on, I didn't know you did that anymore.
Sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to.
It's a nasty habit.
Yeah. I used to hibernate, but now I just sleep. Well, you people have a lovely evening, afternoon, morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. And I'll speak to you later.
All right, you have a good one.
See you.
Okay. Anybody else on here has anything to say? I have 2 hours left to go on my drive.
you.